fully understand how to meditate. And so he just doesn't meditate. He hears how important meditation is all the time, and he gets annoyed that it just doesn't seem to work for him. Adonis meditates every single day. When he first started meditation, he was confused, but it made sense to him that he wouldn't completely understand when he first started. So he just kept showing up to practice. And soon enough, meditation changed his life.
Yeah. Be quick. Run.
Oh yeah, go on.
Look at this side.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh, don't die. Oh my god.
Oh gosh.
Should we pause it?
Three, two, 1, go!
Oh god! Oh my god! That was... He did it! No way!
Man, that felt sick, man.
No!
Let's go.
Scared.
Let's go.
Did you get scared? At all? Yes!
Very good.
Oh god. Oh my god. He actually did it, no way.
Now, I'm gonna do the trick.
Right, whose turn's next?
Not me!
Oh god!
To start meditating, just show up to practice. Imagine this analogy. The basketball player who shows up to practice and is kind of bad. He doesn't really understand the plays. He's not being coached properly. He is still doing infinitely better than the other basketball player who refused to show up to practice because this other player didn't know the 100% of what to do. Which one is going to improve more? That's the very important mindset with meditation. You will not know exactly what to do, but you've got to keep showing up to practice. Just download one of the meditation apps. I recommend Medito. Maybe I'll have it linked in the description. And just open it up every single day. Just follow one of the meditations as best as you can. In your self-improvements, you know what to do, but you just don't do it. The reason why you don't work out, the reason why you eat the junk food or you spend too long watching YouTube is because of your lizard brain. Meditation reduces the power of the lizard brain.
I'm on YouTube 24/7.
It's truly, truly remarkable. Meditation is the best, most important, most effective habit for your self-improvements. I want you now to think of meditation as the workout, the gym workout, and mindfulness as the gains. We meditate to increase our levels of mindfulness. And so here is what I call the mindfulness framework. It's a simple 4-step process of meditation. Now on the screen, look at the bottom right section, realizations of unmindfulness. This is where you will begin in the framework. Either if you're in a meditation session or you're going about your normal day, you'll start in the bottom right with a realization of unmindfulness. That literally means that you'll get the thought that you were daydreaming, that you weren't mindful. That is the realization. All you have to do after that point is to be non-judgmental to that. Don't get annoyed and say, oh, I was deep in thought again. Simply just reconcentrate back onto the present moment. And this is the yellow part of the framework. Plus 1 rep means 1 repetition. Every time that you divert your focus back onto the present moment after you've just had a realization of unmindfulness is like 1 rep, 1 bicep curl for the brain. And that's all we're doing. That's exactly how meditation works. It's like doing bicep curls for the brain. And this is the 1 rep of the process. So process of meditation as the gains. We meditate to increase our levels of mindfulness. And so here is what I call the mind.
This is really good. This is really good.
Mindfulness framework. It's a simple most effective habit for your self-improvements. I want you now to think of meditation as the workout. The gym workout, and mindfulness as the gains. We meditate to increase our levels of mindfulness. And so here is what I call the mindfulness framework. It's a simple 4-step process of meditation. Now on the screen, look at the bottom right section, realizations of unmindfulness. This is where you will begin in the framework. Either if you're in a meditation session or you're going about your normal day, you'll start in the bottom right with a realization of unmindfulness. That literally means that you'll get the thought that you were daydreaming, that you weren't mindful. That is the realization. All you have to do after that point is to be non-judgmental to that. Don't get annoyed and say, I was deep in thought again. Simply just reconcentrate back onto the present moment. And this is the yellow part of the framework. +1 rep means 1 repetition. Every time that you divert your focus back onto the present moment after you've just had a realization of unmindfulness is like 1 rep, 1 bicep curl for the brain. And that's all we're doing. That's exactly how meditation works. It's like doing bicep curls for the brain. And this is the 1 rep of the process. So you'll bring the focus back onto the present moment using the 5 senses. And the most common one is just the feelings of our breath. You can do it to sounds. You can do it to the clothes on your skin. Anything that's happening right now in real life in the present moment. You bring your focus onto that, and before you know it, you've lost your focus. Now when your mind wanders into thought, at first you aren't really aware of it because you're fully just into the thought, and eventually you'll get the realization of unmindfulness again, and that's literally just your message to say, oh, let me focus back onto the present moment and feel something. The more you meditate, the more realizations of unmindfulness you will get, and eventually you'll get them so quickly that it doesn't exactly feel like a whole thing. It's almost just normal to constantly remind yourself to come into the present moment and to feel something and to hear something. I invite you now to do a visualization with me, a very important visualization. So close your eyes. You want the benefits of meditation forever, and so you need to meditate forever. So imagine yourself going through your life right now, your day-to-day life. The months go by, the years go by, and every single day you're meditating. Years are going by, decades are going by. You are old now, and you're still meditating, and everyone around you finds it quite strange, maybe a little bit funny, that you're the guy who meditates. If you want the benefits for life, you have to meditate for life. We want the behavior of meditation to feel so consistent and so normal as eating and sleeping does. And sometimes eating and sleeping is difficult. Sometimes we do get eating and sleeping problems, but we always have that safe knowledge that eventually we will begin to eat and sleep again. That's what you need to have with meditation. Sometimes meditation is profoundly difficult, but you must have the knowledge that this is a habit that you will never quit. You will try to meditate every single day for the rest of your life. Just keep showing up to practice. If you want to see more videos from an unconventional small YouTuber, I suggest you scroll down and click on the subscription and the post notification buttons right now. I do self-improvement coaching. I help people for free, and I also do like a paid version of that. If you want my one-to-one help, scroll down to the coaching link.
Dude, he has 2.2 million subs.
I am the biggest self-improvement YouTuber, and in this video, you're gonna get the unfiltered, no BS advice that young men need to know about self-improvement.
Okay,
We're
let's
gonna cover
listen.
3 controversial, like gut-wrenching areas where you're gonna be sat here thinking, oh shit, I think I might have to cut them off. It's gonna get deep.
Oh shit!
If you don't know me already, my name is Hamza. I've helped millions of guys get onto self-improvement, and I want you to take this path seriously because it transformed my life forever.
No, I'm making fun of it and everything, but I do believe he has a strong message, so let's listen.
And every day, I walk around in Bali, and another guy, usually 3, 5, 10 guys per day will come up to me and say like, oh, I used to watch your videos. You got me out of a dark place. I started going to the gym because of you. Now I live in Bali, and I want that transformation for you as well. The first bit of advice that I'm going to give you today is they're not your friends. One night I was in this nightclub, like this bar, with my friends from university, and we were just like drinking before you go drinking. It's like a thing you do in UK where like it's called pre-drinks, where you'll drink in like a bar and then you go to a club to drink more, basically. So it's like very degenerate, it's haram and whatever. And I'm sat on this little table with like 2 of my male friends and like 2 to 3 of like the female friends. All of us live in like the same building. We go out, we drink, and you know, we've even played like video games together, and when we hug each other at nighttime and we say, oh, I love you and all this, right? And I get like a barrage of notifications on my phone on WhatsApp. It's my dad being kind of abusive. Like he's saying horrible shit to me. You know, he's like threatening me, and he's saying this and this, and you know, it's like a stressful thing for me. Like it's 10 p.m. we're all dressed nice, and I'm like all deregulated seeing this message from my dad, like, oh, you're this, and I'm gonna do this, and it's stressing me out. So I do something which I very rarely did back then, which was that I opened up, because I kept on hearing that, right? Like, you know, men should open up, right? So I open up and I said it to the friends, my best friends here.
I just manifested.
Oh, you know, I'm going through some shit. It's like,
onto my
it's so
window.
annoying.
Holy shit.
You know, it's so painful. I've had like this traumatic background and stuff.
What the fuck?
You should have seen the look on their faces.
Wait,
the
what did he
look
say?
on their faces. Hamza through some shit. It's like, it's so annoying. It's you know, it's so painful. I've had like this traumatic background and stuff. You should have seen the look on their faces. The look on their faces said something like, Hamza, we don't really give a shit. You're making us feel uncomfortable. We're here to party. That's what the look on their faces said. All of them were just kind of like awkwardly like silent, like looking at me a little bit, looking away and stuff. And it was on that exact moment that I realized, like, you can go out and have fun with people taking drugs and drinking. You can go on Discord and play video games with someone and laugh till you cry, you know, tears of laughter. And it's so weird because they're still not your friends. Like those kids that you knew from high school, the friendships that I had in high school as well, where we used to play video games together. You think you're friends because you hang out together, you live nearby each other, you kind of enjoy hanging out with them, and you laugh when you're with them. But real friendship is not just happy, feely emotions when you hang out with each other. There's a mixture, like a compatibility of values and genuine care for one another. And you become better. This is my own value for friendship, and I want to instill this onto you. I believe it is only friendship if you become a better person through being close to them. If you don't, that is not a friendship. It's kind of like an enemy. Most of the friends that you've had in your life are actually like enemies who have literally made you like a worse person. You're sleepy, and you say, oh guys, I'm gonna go to sleep, and they say, oh no, one more game. Just don't be a pussy, one more game. For us, like little video game nerds, that's what we had. You know, for the guys who are more into the sort of drinking, partying culture, for them it was like one more drink. Nah, don't go out. No, come on, come out with us. Come take drugs with us. It literally, like, these are not friends. People who are literally pressuring you to be a worse person and to deteriorate, they are not friends. They are literally enemies. And it's only when I said this to myself, and when I say this to young men, when they ask me like, oh, you know, I'm kind of lonely, the only friends I have, they just play video games, they're not serious about self-improvement. When I say they're not your friends, I often see like a light bulb moment where it's like you start to see all of the memories you have with them for what they really were, which a lot of it is like weird kind of bullying. Like when I think back to the happy days of high school when I was like hanging out with my friends and I thought we were all friends, when I look back with this new lens of like they weren't actually your friends, I see the racism, I see the bullying, I see the literal assault of like them. Like one friend used to fucking attack me and make me bleed. Another friend used to like punch me in class. And it's like you say that's like, oh, friendship, whatever. It's not. It's only when you look back with this new lens where you're like, oh shit, like that isn't friendship. It's not the kind of friendship that I want to have. I remember one day when I was playing League of Legends with like the 4 or 5 friends from high school, and one of them, I don't know what happened, like we were playing a game and maybe I stole his kill or some bullshit like that, and he removed me from the Skype call. So you probably haven't used Skype. It's kind of like Discord, but like I'm older than you, so it's like back in the day.
Like,
And
all
he
he's talking
removed me
about is
from the
like
call, and when that
children
happens,
stuff.
it's like you can't join back unless if someone adds you. And he probably told everyone in the call, don't add him back. So I play the rest of this entire fucking League of Legends game in like silence whilst they're all like laughing in the video call. And it's like, I still the next day considered them to be my friends. When that's like exclusion. That's like literally a form of bullying. And they did this to each other, to me, to everyone. It's like when you make friends through proximity, which is basically you're friends with the people in your school, which is how most people have made their friends. They're often not very good people. They're often not very kind to you. I'm going to ask you this question, and I want you to really think about it deeply. Is it likely that your best friend just happens to go to the same school as you? Is that really likely? Or is it just that like the only friends most of us have ever made is just in school, just because that's like the way that we were taught to make friends? Should we make friends from people we just happen to go to school with, even though their values are so different to ours? Even though, for example, none of them even go to the gym, none of them care about like reducing their screen time, being more productive, starting a business, none of them are on self-improvement. Or should we meet guys who are actually on self-improvement, who are living this life, who are getting better and better, going to the gym, being productive, being
Okay, but he's so judgmental. Those people, they just don't know better. He's excluding himself now, you know? He's just talking about exclusion. And here he's talking about stuff that it's not the usual thing, you know? Most of the time, actually, like 99% of the people, they know the other way around. So why can't he see this now? Like, what is this?
respectful, kind. Should we not be making friends based on our values? Of course we should. So there becomes this protocol, kind of like this strategy, because look, you want to meet a guy who's as committed on self-improvement as you are. I know you do. You want to meet a guy who's, for example, jacked in the gym. He hits PRs and he can hype you up in the gym, and he also starting businesses, and he also watches like educational podcasts, and he eats clean and all those things, right? You want to meet a guy who's as serious as you are. This is the hard part though. Guess what? He doesn't want to be friends with you. You know why? This is brutal, and girls and feminine guys never want to hear this. You're not good enough. The friends that you want to make, you know, the guys on self-improvement, the guy who goes to the gym, he does this and this, they want to be friends with guys who are as serious as them. You're not just there. You know why? Because of the fact that you are currently straddling, like you're currently holding on to the old friends. You still have contact with them. You still have like their banter. Like, you know, when you hang out with someone and you start picking up like your inside jokes, your banter, the way that you make jokes and everything. You're still influenced by those people who the real friend that you could have, the self-improvement friend, he will find it weird. You're in the middle right now trying to be friends with the self-improvement guy, like the guy who's serious, the jacked Chad, and the social guy, the businessman, the entrepreneur, and he doesn't want to be friends with you because the way you talk, the way you walk, the way you do everything is influenced by these guys that he thinks is a fucking loser. So you're like halfway of being a loser. So you're in this weird split where like you don't like these losers. You don't respect them. You hate the fact, like you think they're cringe. They don't even care about like living good, productive lives. You think that's fucking weird. So you don't want to be friends with them. You want to be friends with this guy, but since you haven't met any of these guys just yet, you still keep speaking to these guys, and every time you speak to them and interact with them, they influence you and change your behavior to the point that this guy doesn't want to be friends with you. So do you see this weird like bridge that you're on? You're stood in the middle of a bridge right now trying to go to this guy. He's pushing you away because you're still holding on to these losers over here. There becomes a brutal chapter of your life that you're about to go into, which is that you just need to go through this season where basically you'll have no friends. You cut off the old fucking losers, and through a period of your life, you just have almost no one because you're not eligible for these guys, you're sick of these guys, and you're in this like purgatory in the middle. It happened to me. It's happened to basically every single guy who's like serious on self-improvement. There was a period of time where we had like no friends, where we had to kind of readjust, learn our own values, reset like our humor, our banter, all those things with like solitude to learn what we actually like rather than what the hive mind of our old high school friendship group likes. That's when, after a few months of this, even a few years of this, you become eligible for those, like, you know, the Chads that you want to become friends with, the Adonises that you want to become friends with. This purgatory in the middle is fucking brutal, and I don't blame you if you're a fucking bitch and you just slip back and you just stay friends with these fucking losers over here. I don't blame you, because I had the temptations of that myself. When I graduated from university, and it was COVID, it was the lockdown, and when I moved back home in 2020 to my parents' home, I had literally zero friends. I had, you know, my old friends from university, and I wasn't friends with them anymore. My old friends from high school, I wasn't friends with them. I even tried to. This was what's embarrassing. When I came back home, I messaged a few of these people, and it was just like nothing was happening. I don't think they wanted to see me either. So it was like basically for months, I swear to God, for literally months, I had zero friends. I used to record what I used to call personal development vlogs. I was posting to YouTube as well, but these little videos I wouldn't post anywhere. They was just on my phone, and I kind of check in with myself like every week, every 2 weeks, you know, how life is going. And it makes me so sad, because everyone, you know, when I sometimes rewatch them, every single one, it starts with me saying like, hey, you know, personal development vlog week 3, self-improvement's going really good, I feel awesome, but the thing that's lacking is my social life. I've got no fucking friends, and I feel really lonely. I miss my friends from high school, I miss my friends from university. I don't really miss them, but I miss connection. And I felt like such a weird little autist. Like, I'd walk around my area, I'd see people who were in their groups of friends, and it would almost stun me to think like, shit, like people like go to the park with their friends. Like, how can you have, like, there was like a group of like 10 people, how can you have like that many friends? That was crazy. One day I was walking through this park, and there was 2 guys playing with this like frisbee thing, like this cat, you know, they're playing catch or something. And when it kind of landed towards me, like in a movie, basically, like a movie, I picked it up, threw it back, and we played for a little bit, and, you know, it was like fun and whatever. I got their number, one of the guys' phone number. I went home, I was like, oh, I've made some friends, they were kind of cool. They're not really on self-improvement, but it's fine, you know, there's still like, it's still some social connection. And when I text one of them to like hang out again, he just didn't reply, which is fine, you know, I understand, it happens, whatever, but like, I walked past them again afterwards, and it was so awkward. And I understand why. You know why these kinds of people don't like us? Because the truth is, bro, we're judgmental motherfuckers. When you get on self-improvement, it's very hard not to judge these fucking normies and to think like, yeah, you know, it's funny hanging out with you guys, but like, why are you living life like this? Like, how can you live with yourself and you fucking vape? How can you like not know about like reducing your screen time and like not being a fucking retard, like, you know, wanting to grow a business or a career and studying? Like, how do you not do these things? How do you have no desire to live a better life? We're judgmental motherfuckers because we've set high standards now that we're on this path, and most people are just not like that. So that's what life looks like for us right now. We've gotten onto self-improvement. Maybe you've been on this path for like 6 months, maybe 12 months or so, and you're probably straddling between these two kind of like goals. You need to cut these people off, and it's brutal because there's just this purgatory. I had to go through it, you had to go through it. Your day one of moving on from these guys completely could be today, and it also could be 6 months from now if you just want to procrastinate this decision. But at one point, you're gonna not be friends with those old people so that you can become eligible and like a new version of yourself for the real people that you want to become friends with. So I want to give you some excitement here, rather than making this all depressive, like, oh yeah, you're gonna be lonely. I want to give you some excitement of a goal that I can give you, that you can set for yourself. This is the type of goal that you can literally write down and put it on your wall like I've done here. And the goal is, what you could write this down: live with brothers. I want you to ditch the idea of like friend, because that word friend has been destroyed by our experiences in high school, where like we've been friends with fucking retards. So our like definition of friendship's all fucked up, right? I want you to have a new word which you use instead of friends, which is brothers. And I want you to define brothers as a guy who's serious on self-improvement, who shares a lot of the similar values as you do, and he's genuinely like a nice, kind, caring person. He's a respectful person. He has great character. That's what we'll define as a brother. Then the other part of this goal wasn't just, you know, meet some brothers, accumulate brothers or anything, but it was to live with them. So you could be young right now, maybe you're 16 years old, so living with someone seems odd. But at some point in your life, within the next like 2 years, for basically everyone watching this, unless you're like 12 or whatever, but if you're like 18 years old, it's not crazy to think you could live with roommates in the next year or 2 years. It's literally cheaper to do this as well, right? Imagine living in the same house or the same villa or the same apartments with other guys who are as serious on self-improvement as you are. Imagine like you're sleeping and randomly one of them walks into your room and he's like, wake up bro, it's 5 a.m, let's go do push-ups, let's go do this, let's meditate, come on, we're gonna make this business. And imagine just how fucking like lively your life is gonna feel compared to eventually when you like move out of your parents' home. Most guys just live by themselves and they just live this like weird, quiet little life up until they get a girlfriend, and then they just become this weird like feminine little soy.
You can only do this for so long, dude. He is like hyper giga motivated. That is crazy. I'm happy for him. But if I had a roommate like this, I don't think it would work. So yeah, he's like giga high vibration. Just go, go, go. That's really great to be like this, but you can only do it for so long time. What else does he have to say? Dude, he looks like he's on drugs for sure. He looks like on the juice. Man, what is with Hunter? Like, how is this legal? What is going on here? Never lucky. Yeah. So my neck is fucked again because of white bench from Monday.
Studium für dich ist. Die Psychologie ist ja nach wie vor ein sehr beliebtes Studium. Viele reißen sich um einen Studienplatz. Viele junge Menschen überlegen nach der Schule, soll ich das studieren oder lasse ich es vielleicht doch besser, mache ich was anderes. Darüber, was die Inhalte eines Psychologiestudiums sind, da habe ich ein Video bereits dazu gemacht. An dieser Stelle möchte ich darüber sprechen oder vorstellen, wann das aus meiner ganz persönlichen, beschränkten Sichtweise heraus keine gute Idee ist, wann du es besser sein lässt. Wenn du also gerade überlegst, was du mit deinem Leben anfangen sollst oder einfach so neugierig auf dieses Thema bist aus meiner persönlichen Brille, dann viel Spaß bei diesem Video. Psychologie ist die Wissenschaft vom Erleben und Verhalten des Menschen in verschiedenen Kontexten, Situationen. Das Studium gliedert sich in einen Bachelor- und einen aufbauenden Masterstudiengang, wobei du den Titel Psychologe oder Psychologin erst dann führen darfst, wenn du den Master in der Tasche hast. Es gibt viele verschiedene Spezialisierungen. Am beliebtesten ist sicherlich die klinische Psychologie, die später in die Therapeutenlaufbahn mündet, und andererseits die Arbeits- und Organisationspsychologie, mit der man dann Jobs in der freien Wirtschaft bekommt. Das ist
highest expression at this time. It can live or intentional. Your purpose.
the more
How we are manifesting. Direct, we can change our moment in an instant, but what has to just one. A presentation. Please put your questions in capital letters. I would love to answer them. Hello, Julie, Aquamarine. So great to see you. Inga, wonderful to see you. Let me go ahead and open the PowerPoint here. So one of the aspects that I really want to share with you that I noticed as a result of this conversation of coming into a deeper expansion is that really what causes us to come into contraction is the need. Our vision becomes very small, very myopic. We want to remember that whatever we're experiencing externally, we're seeing it through a filter, and that filter is a very powerful filter that really defines through resonance what we are attracting, what we are engaging with, and what is the potential next timeline for us. So we can choose timelines, we can change timelines, we can redirect, we can change our moment in an instant. But what has to align is the deep subconscious belief systems and the intention, and then the action. These three aspects of ourselves. This is very much a biochemical, bioelectrical system of co-creation that the human is harnessing their creative life force with intention. So intention is super important in this time, because if you are confused about your intention, your results are also going to be in that way. but I'm noticing that things are also changing quite quickly. So the moment you begin to shift your way of belief in that moment, that what you're seeing, what you're focusing on, you can also change the timeline that is available to you. And it's very interesting. There are many layers to this human experience. And let me just open up this PowerPoint to share with you, because I want to talk about the energy body. Let's get into it.
So we're gonna look at chakra now.
Okay, so many things I want to talk about today, but let me start here. In terms of manifestation, the topics of how we are manifesting. Manifestation comes from deep subconscious core belief systems. Now, your subconscious core belief systems are created by first ancestral. So we are influenced as a soul. Let's talk about bigger picture. As a soul, your purpose here on this planet, there's many purposes, and we are moving through different timelines, different potentials all the time, depending on what we're doing in the present moment with our life force. And how we manage our life force from this human vessel, projecting bioelectrically into the system of hologram, the creative hologram of experience. It depends on subconscious core belief systems. Now, subconscious core belief systems, from the perspective that, let's say we have a brain that processes all of the bioelectrical emotions in the body, bioelectrical and biochemical emotions in the body, those are memorized patterns of contraction or expansion. Okay, memorized patterns of contraction or expansion, those are the patterns that we have to work with. All of this shadow work is really about looking at those memorized patterns of whether we are in states of contraction or expansion. So I want you to take a look at yourself over the past week and just observe how much of the time did you spend in states of contraction? How much of the time were we in states of resistance, in this illusion of control, needing to control the external world, needing to manipulate, needing to influence in a way that is changing our current environment because we are in resistance or in denial with our current environment? That is very important, and I'm seeing that a lot, especially with such polarizing political issues that
If
are
we get
occurring
two
in the
hits here,
world. We want
maybe
to
we can
impose
win.
our ideas. We want to implement, what is right, what is wrong, and that's just on a superficial level. When you go deep inside, it's a reflection of what's happening to us internally, because there are certain internal battles about what we are, the worth of a person, the value, the creative potential of a human that is coming into question. And it's important that we do this work, because where we're headed as a civilization is that we are shifting in our creative potential. We are shifting from becoming robotic beings, doing things unconsciously in repetition, into learning how to become pure creative beings that are sovereign and that are fully in control, or intentionally co-creating, I should say, not control, intentionally co-creating. That is a very different existence, different way of being. So this bioelectrical system that we have here, as we begin to observe the patterns of contraction, in the patterns of contraction are specific emotions that we hold on to. Now, with these intense cosmic movements, these emotional contractions are highlighted. They are highlighted and they are stronger than ever before. It will feel like very difficult to get through certain emotional states, very difficult to peel away or break. So we have to initiate kind of a pattern interrupt. And what does that look like? Exactly what you might not think: absolute stillness and absolute observation. It's the absolute coming into non-resistance of what you're feeling. And that's like allowing that emotion to exist in your body. It is the resistance that creates suffering, the resistance that creates contraction. And this resistance goes really deep in our subconscious mind. On a superficial level, it's what we're feeling, or judgment, pure, simple, teeny little judgments. I don't like that color blue. I don't like that color green. I don't like this, the way that this table is set up. Every time that we have contracting thoughts, pay attention to how your body is in a state of contraction or expansion, because these are waves of creative frequency that, as we go into higher octaves, become more instantaneously impactful. So right now, in this dimensional plane that we exist, things are still kind of slow. They take a little time to manifest into the physical. And there's this wonderful opportunity for us to pause and change, if we want to, what we're thinking or what we're feeling. But very few of us take the pause. Very few of us take that pause. So to come into that pause is the 0 point. If we can cultivate the 0 point every moment of our day, if we can cultivate that 0 point, that pause moment to observe what is happening and to really question, is this in alignment with me? Is this thought form something that's truly my truth? Or am I in survival mode? Am I acting in order to be accepted, approved, not rejected, loved by anyone around me? It can literally be in a grocery store when you don't know anyone, but you react in a way that you know will gain the approval, the acceptance of those around you, people you don't even know. So these deep subconscious core belief systems are things that I really invite you to observe at this time, because these are conflicting thoughts. And what happens is that we become desensitized from the pause, because the pause requires us to really sit with the emotion, sit with the discomfort of having to choose in that moment, and actually to choose to listen to your true, authentic need in that moment. Self-love is the embodiment of meeting needs, listening. Remember, we are becoming the parents of the internal children that lie within us that have not been parented in many ways throughout our development. And we are mothering not only the internal children in our current timeline, we are mothering interdimensional galactic children, which we are in very early evolutionary spiritual stages of consciousness that we are nurturing back into wholeness, because we are kind of uncovering that sleepy hypnosis where we have forgotten who we are as a whole. And who we are as a whole is definitely not only the physical vessel that you are in this moment, but your acceptance, your unconditional radical self-acceptance of the vessel in this moment is the key to unlocking all that you are. Once again, this is the exact resistance that we're talking about. If any part of you feels that you reject, you hate, you judge, you don't like certain parts of yourself, this is the invitation to begin to work with that rejection. Because here's what happens when we create contractive thoughts. And this is even in that grocery store example. Because innately your body, a human body in right order, natural state. For example, when you wake up in the morning, your mind is super clear. It's calm, right? Your body has had time to restore. Your nervous system has calmed down. The mind is silent for at least a few minutes. It's those minutes that there's clarity, there's health in your body, there is calmness. That moment is the moment that I invite you to prolong into your day, because in that moment, your energy field is actually radiant, full, and it's not contracted, it is expanded. So when we go into nature, we come back into that right order, we come back into that right balance. The body begins to become ignited, filled with that life force, with infinite life force that surrounds us. So we are learning how to embody this state, this natural state of connection. So we really just need to get out of our own way by quieting this monkey mind, the survival mind, the survival mechanisms that we have, in order to allow the innate self to come into its expression, into its embodiment. So the practices basically come into the 0 point. Okay, so the practice is essentially come into the non-judgmental observer. That's the invitation. And every time that we do that, we actually bring life force back into the body. So we talked about the source chord last week, which is super important for this conversation, because the source chord essentially is the infinite potential that animates this entire organic system. Electrically, the way that life force is moving through your body is through this toroidal movement. And the toroidal movement created by these two vortices that are created by your 7 chakra system and millions of chakras that you have in and outside of your body, right? So these spinning fields are moving interdependently, and they are organizing the life force in your body. So this image actually, it's gigantic, your field. It's not just the human body. As you know, we have many, many fields. And so all of these layers of your body, which are dimensions of yourself, are intercommunicating with separate organs. And so that spiral toroidal movement is also occurring in the organs of the body. They all have their own internal toroidal fields. The heart being, the largest magnetic field of the physical body. So remember that in alchemy, we are learning how to integrate the lower, the middle, and the upper dantian in order to be able to expand our field in a harmonic order with the universe. The universe is also spinning. The entire solar system is spinning in that way. The universe is spinning in that way. We are all going through these evolutionary cycles. And it's not like we're necessarily moving through space. We're existing it's a mathematical geometric structure of life force that is moving. It's going through different octaves of vibrational frequency. And so as we begin to open up the heart by alchemizing the lower frequencies, we begin to activate the higher faculties. So let's talk a little bit about these higher faculties, because your core creation system is first your vision. Your vision is one aspect of your creation system, right? Because you are seeing rays of light that are producing signals, symbols that you translate, and based on the information that you have encoded in the library of memory, you begin to apply that to what with the symbols. You apply meaning to the things that you're experiencing. So the pause that we want to create is in between going into our active memory, which is everything that we've experienced that we remember. And all of that experience, we apply meaning to the symbols that we're receiving externally. If we can learn how to pause and to become aware, first of all, where does our library of memory come from? And this is the deep shadow work. If your library of memory is all learned experiences from others without ever having revisited your belief systems in a way to truly understand if you're in alignment with your own core beliefs, that's the number one area that we have to focus on, because those are your subconscious beliefs. What happens in the physical body when we begin to access a memory and we can't find in the filing cabinet of memory how to respond to the symbolism or these objects, experiences that are presenting to us, we don't know how to respond to that. We begin to disassociate with the body because something happens that is trained within us from the survival mind. We want to check out. We want to disassociate because we don't trust what is innately our authentic expression, our authentic understanding. You see, the observer has the access to the infinite potential. The human that is in a state of observation opens up the pathways of infinite potential through the source cord. But what that also means is that they're activating their 7th and their 8th chakra. They're opening the 7th and the 8th chakra. The 7th chakra is your higher self. The 7th chakra is also the access point to the Akashic records, the DNA of the earth. And as you begin to activate your 8th, you begin to activate the much universal mind, right? Your galactic, starseed memories, advanced, higher octave manifestations of yourself. That is the DNA of the universe, you can say. But when I say concepts like universe, I'm not really talking about time, space, and planets. I'm talking about the field of consciousness that we tap into. And it doesn't necessarily have any form. It is the field of consciousness that you tap into. But if we are not able to activate the higher faculties are blocked by being in the survival mind. And what happens is that the life force that fills this body, animates this body, becomes contracted. This infinite potential is at a higher octave vibrational frequency. It cannot enter into the body, and we disassociate. So what happens is that the mind starts to, if you were to observe yourself, you would notice that you actually do have the answer within you. You actually know how to respond in a way that's more holistic and more truthful and aligned with right order of yourself and all. But you doubt. We don't have a cultivation of self-trust. The lack of cultivation of self-trust is the doubt in our intuition. It's the doubt in the higher knowing. And a lot of times that higher intuition is going to be a much more balanced feminine masculine energy, feminine masculine perception. That's really hard for people that have trained themselves in survival mode in an imbalanced feminine or an imbalanced masculine. So it's going to feel like danger. It's going to feel like a lot of danger. And this is something that is programmed in our nervous system. We will literally think that peaceful moments are dangerous. We will think that moments of harmony are threatening. We will believe for a certain moment that being in a state of truth or your authentic expression is very vulnerable in a way that is destructive to yourself. Those are two things. They're indoctrinated by many systems in our world, but they are also deep. It's a human lesson. It's the whole purpose of the human existence, to learn how to integrate the material human experience with the higher aspect of ourselves. Because in order for us to integrate the feminine masculine energy, we have to balance those dualistic aspects. The divine feminine and the divine masculine, when it's unified, it is the 0 point. The 0 point is that balanced state, regulated nervous system, fully grounded in your body, which means that you're not denying any truth, you're not resisting any truth of yourself or the external, and you are holding in your body a vibrational frequency that can sustain higher ranges. You see, truth is not just a psychological perception. The real truth is actually all potential frequencies, the ability to sustain and process through
What
the
is the lunar thing
organism,
now? What is this?
sustain all frequencies. So as a human experiencing this terrestrial realm, our everyday lives, relationships, how is your relationship with truth? Your real truth and the truth of others. If you're just like, oh my gosh, I can't even really, address, or I can't say what I think, I can't really, say my truth in this moment. We are learning how to transcend that limitation on many dimensions, not just in this physical realm. We are learning to transcend that in dream state, because in dream state you are accessing higher dimensional planes. You are accessing lives, many other simultaneous lives that are also evolving simultaneous to this one. And every decision that you make in this dimensional plane affects other simultaneous lives that you exist in. And also the lives that you have access to in this current time, we are collaborating and sharing information of our evolutionary learning through the DNA in vivo, epigenetically. Every single fractal of yourself that exists in other dimensions going through their own evolutionary process. Through this epigenetic process, it's not just only for humans. It's because our concept of DNA right now is like, oh, the physical body, how does this work? No, epigenetic is an etheric, there's etheric epigenetics as well. Because essentially what our soul and how we process infinite potential through this physical vessel affects the greater whole. And we know we can understand this in a very deep way, because when we're going through the process of death and we leave the body and we begin to understand, oh, the meaning of life. When you look at your life, you're like, oh, in this lifetime, it was interesting to have experienced transcending fear of my communication. Okay, because many lifetimes I was not able to access that. So you see that those epigenetically are encoded in this DNA, DNA, which it's a universal DNA, because we are all
why did I hit his face like 5 times out of 8?
You are a fractal of consciousness that is emerging from an ocean of consciousness.
What?
And your human body here on this planet Earth is experiencing a temporary reality, a temporary holographic experience in order to learn different facets of this current phase. And so we are kind of collaborating with many other lifetimes in our evolutionary process, which is why you guys have guides. Your guides are communications of frequencies from these other aspects to help you understand how to transcend certain levels of limitations that you're learning to overcome at this time. But a message that I keep getting over and over again for the past few months, because of the direction that our world is taking right now, where we're going to begin to explore space travel, going into other planets, and do all that. You see, the human is learning how to dominate the ego self that is self-serving and acting from survival. When the human acts from survival and is self-serving, it causes suffering, always, to itself primarily, and to the whole. So the invitation is that as we're making these major changes in our human experience, that we do so in a way that is very mindful of how everything we do is affecting the whole. This is unity consciousness, and it's something that is foreign to us right now because we haven't had to really understand what that is. But as our human race evolves into, I guess, another kind of space age, multidimensionality, we are being gently guided into that understanding, which is a universal truth. And it's a universal truth that all of humanity is learning right now. We're graduating, we're initiating into that deep understanding. So I also see this is a larger picture in the physical world. For example, the idea of going to Mars. There's many plans for going to Mars, terraforming a different planet, moon, different things like that. But the ways in which, for example, these powers are planning on doing that is highly destructive to the energetic field of this planet and also those planets. And those are things that we don't understand because we're not understanding how interconnected this construct functions. Our DNA, for example, when we heal something in ourselves, we shift the vibrational frequency of our entire ancestral lineage. That's not just a little idea. That's a very real thing. I see it in my clients' healings all the time. It's very powerful. And the human body animates more life force when we heal something because we are healing ancestrally in the DNA, core belief systems that were limited energy, blocked energy from many generations. That is all moving through you or not moving through you. And you're aware of it. And it's what holds you in the patterns of your behaviors, psychologically, emotionally, bioelectrically. So when we think of these larger movements in the universe that are happening,
but
we
also
are
it's
going to really
on a level
understand
that
the
we
universe
probably
when we
cannot
really understand what DNA is, because DNA
be
is
at
it's
any
this micro model, it's a
anyhow.
fractal of how this greater whole is functioning. In DNA, when you change something, it really changes the entire organism because it's a holographic system. So in our world, when we make major changes to our society, we are also doing the same thing. So we have to take that into consideration when we think about going to other planets, when we think of expanding our reach. Another part that I want to mention in terms of this evolutionary cycle, because we are moving from one octave to another. Previously, our human body was functioning on 13 main dimensional bodies. And some people were able to access more than that, right? Those that were awake and understood these things. So none of these things are new. These are things that have existed and that are truths for since always, because it's the way that this construct exists. But as we are activating into a higher octave, as we are moving into a higher octave, we are having access to more chakra bodies. Those chakra bodies are influencing our human life. It's what allows us to become multidimensional through our higher faculties. It's what allows us to communicate with our guides in a way that is really clear, really open. So when we do our healing energetic hygiene, we are learning how to come fully into the embodiment of this body, to be grounded in this body. Because if you're not grounded in this body, you cannot access the information. You cannot translate that information that is available to you. The activation of these higher chakra bodies is the ability to process higher bands of frequency. That's really what's happening. So, as I mentioned, we are coming out of a contractive phase for humanity. The entire human race is moving out of a contractive state. So some people say we're going from the third to fourth to fifth dimension. The way I see it as physics is that we're constantly moving through many dimensions at once. Okay, because that's actually how our multidimensional bodies function. So we are all moving into a higher octave collectively.
Interesting.
But it's a higher octave of all dimensional planes, as they were not previously accessible to us before. So when the human body begins to clear out the junk inside of their toroidal field, the physical body, we can then access the higher faculties. The seventh chakra, which is the DNA of the earth, it is the Akashic records, which allows you to access into also past lives. That's the DNA of the earth. All the incarnations in this life, many generations, your ancestral history, ancestral memory, that is all inside of the seventh chakra. But it's also beyond that. It's also, Pleiadian, Arcturian, your starseed bloodlines, your starseed memories. When you start going into the eighth, as I mentioned earlier, you are
I
connecting
think
to
seventh
this
is like the third
field of
eye kind of thing.
consciousness. And there's really less form in these higher octaves.
No mortal
The
can
lower
ever
the
reach
frequency,
this.
the more form things are going to have. The higher the
You
frequency,
have
the
to
less
meditate for the
form
rest
they're
of
going
your
to have.
life.
And that's an important tip for you when you're discerning your experiences. Okay, so let's take a look at how it works in DNA. Remember that the majority of your DNA, which is the non-encoding DNA, is storing the memory of your field. So all of your dimensional layers of your body, which are from the seventh and up, are what is in the non-encoding DNA. And when I say non-encoding, it's always encoding, but it's not affecting your physical vessel. It doesn't change your anatomy, it doesn't change your shape, it doesn't change your form. It's an epigenetic information. So in the holographic epigenetic system, you are informing and activating the memory that is dormant inside of your field, which is all of your starseed memory, ancestral memory that allows you to navigate and heal in this timeline. So what happens when we begin to come fully into the physical body, in that 0 point, in that stillness, in the state of non-judgmental observation, is that you can begin to work with this memory in a way that is conducive to you. In a lot of my hypnotherapy sessions, especially in the past couple months, the energies have shifted tremendously. People are accessing very key information about simultaneous lives in a way that helps their soul expand their vision, expand their understanding of themselves. And again, what I notice over time and time again is that it's not so much, when I say activation, it just means lifting the veil upon what's already been there. It's already existed. In your innate self, in yourself right here, right now, in the present moment, you are already connected to infinite potential. You are already this field of consciousness. It's just the little physical body that has memorized bad habits of holding memory, the bad habit of believing that it's in survival. It's just a little habit. This habit has to be lovingly nurtured back into a stable nervous system through the parenting, the reparenting, the constant parenting of the divine mother and father within yourself that nurtures that little internal child. The ego that we talk about, the ego is the internal children that you have within you that have unmet needs. That's all it is. So as we lovingly take a look at this internal child, every time you feel a really contracted emotion in your body that feels really difficult to overcome, I want you to connect with that emotion in your body, connect with the discomfort, the contraction, and see what little child is there. What does that little child look like? Some of you might see an ego that looks like a little demon or a little monster or a little, a little humpback guy, whatever it is. People see all kinds of things. It's the symbolism. But in that symbolism, as you pay attention to what that little being looks like physically, you can tune into the feelings and the emotions, the emotional needs that have not been met. Sometimes these beings look starved. Sometimes they look empty. They look unloved, unworthy. They look cold, contracted. All of this symbolism that helps you understand your subconscious mind.
She's talking about the same thing
because
we
that little
heard
internal
about
child is
all
actually
week,
a
just in
projection of your
different
subconscious mind.
perspective.
The gift of this work is that when you meet the needs of that little child, you expand your vision. How do you activate intuition? Working with these internal children. Because your intuition is going to be completely tainted by the filters of perception that are running your belief system at this current moment. If your belief system is that you are alone, separate, fearful, disconnected, in survival, this will affect your intuition. You will not be able to see the whole. To see the whole means to see your absolute truth, your raw, authentic truth, without any limitation, without fear, and then see others' truths and not feel threatened by those external events, external truths. This is psychologically how we begin to shift the energetic body. The human body has such an incredible expansive potential. And when we begin to activate that, we begin to recover the memory of all that we are. This is where the human comes into a deeper state of
Don't have
peace.
tsunami.
Because you begin to understand that we're not in survival, first of all. We understand basic laws of the universe. We are not trying to avoid death. You might discover that many of you are actually more afraid of life than you are of death. Because life is engaging. It takes responsibility. It takes, we have to really engage in life and take responsibility for our creation. And that's intimidating for a lot of people. So this is where we start to go down to the basic, most important fundamental laws of creation and of self-love. The redirection of your life force from the external, always looking for those little children that need to have their needs met, are looking outside of themselves for that. They look for a father, they look for a mother, they look for a partner, they look for a friend, they look for a spiritual guide. Everybody knows the truth other than themselves. This is the core belief system. Well, the fact is that you are the library of infinite information. And this is not just a fantasy. In my internal work, in meditation, what I discovered is that as you begin to deprogram your traumas, your limiting belief systems, and you allow the real self to be present in you, this non-judgmental 0 point, you have access to all knowing of everything at any time. And it's a very powerful existence, because when I say power, it's a very loving existence. We are in deep harmony with ourselves and with others in a way that is constructive for the whole, because we understand the consequences. We understand compassion. We are humble. We have deep, deep sense of humility.
Is this good?
And we can see the cause and effect of our actions in this creative dimensions, both physical and non-physical. The human body becomes this incredible creative potential, which is a centripetal spin. When we are in a centripetal spin, we are operating from the heart. The three centers of the body, the Qing, the Qi, the Shen. The integration of the Qing is the regulation of your nervous system, the cultivation of the 0 point. And from there, emerges the heart center of profound compassion. Compassion for all lower forms of consciousness, lower forms of desires, fears, survival mechanisms. The alchemy is in turning the limiting beliefs of your desires, limiting beliefs of your fears, limiting beliefs of your survival behaviors into pure love. Love for who? For yourself. A deep compassion for yourself, a deep love for yourself. In the embodiment of deep love and compassion for yourself, making sure that you are in right order, that you are in harmony in this moment right now, that is the embodiment of this higher spiritual consciousness. It's not even spiritual consciousness. It is the embodiment of that infinite potential, which is an innate part of you. It is innate. Every single one of you, you are already that. You just simply need to shift
Am I
from
missing
a
something?
contracted
Why is this like so
perception
bad?
into a more expanded perception. The expansion of your perception is the letting go of the need to control, letting go of resistance, letting go of denial, letting go of judgment. Extremely important that you work with these aspects, especially at this time. And you know, the universe is so beautiful. It's so unbelievably divine that the cosmic movements, you see, because everything is evolving, planets are evolving, universes are evolving, we are receiving the waves of information from our planetary brothers and sisters in their evolutionary process. Some of them are already reaching some of these more advanced states. They already see what's coming in this collective evolutionary weather, you can say. And they transmit through the sun patterns of information. The sun is a vortex that feeds information and life force into every planet of this solar system. And through the field, through our own plasma, through the waters of our bodies, we absorb this information. We absorb it in dream state. The more dense your physical body is, the less you're able to pick up these informations. You are closed off, you are blocked off, you're stuck in the physical, and the physical is very finite. And the physical is very much of an illusion. It's very temporary, and it's an incomplete truth. It's an incomplete truth. So if your entire existence, your personalities, your careers, your relationships are based on finite truths, you're in trouble. You're going to experience suffering. You're going to experience a removal, a change, a shift of these things, because we are going into infinite frequencies. And to become multidimensional means to be able to sustain broader bands of wavelengths through our physical body, mind, body, and soul, which means that we open up the channels in which we are receiving through the source cord this information. So when these planetary cosmic movements are moving,
What am I
they're
doing
telling
here?
us
What is this
something.
deck?
They're telling us what needs to be worked on. If we pay attention to the universal astrology of things, you can get some glimpses, some ideas of what humans are needing to focus on right now in order to come into harmony. However, if you come into connection with nature on your own, without looking at all of that, if you come into the 0 point, you're always going to know what needs to be worked on, because you receive it directly. So this is what it's called, to transcend the influences of these cosmic movements. You exist in the 0 point, and you connect to the all-knowing, to that field of consciousness, and you channel your own understanding of what needs to be evolved through you. Every single human on this planet is a puzzle piece to the whole, but we are all evolving. And humans, because we're evolving through limiting belief systems collectively, we have a lot of shared karmic lessons, you can say, shared experiences that we are transcending. So at this time, it's the release of resistance, the release of denial, the release of inauthenticity, and the ability for you to come into your greatest authenticity, your most authentic self, I should say, and embody that. Okay, so in today's meditation, we're going to work with the layers of resistance that we have been holding on to, in not allowing these the connection to that infinite field. So I invite you to take a look, not only in today's little meditation, but in your own meditation, because there's a lot. So you're going to notice there's so many things that you can address there. All right, let's get into it. Go ahead and get really nice and comfortable.
Are we meditating now? Okay.
Go ahead and ground yourself down to the center of the earth. Allow yourself to come fully into your body. Go ahead and observe if you are disassociating with your body, if you're disassociating with your feelings right now. Notice if any part of you is trying to block certain thoughts, certain feelings, intimations. Bring yourself fully into your body. Notice if you resist the awareness of your energy body. Truth feels very expanded and relaxing. So if any part of your body is in a state of contraction, any muscle in your body is contracted, pay attention to what you're holding on to there, what you're resisting there. So let's go ahead and do a full body scan from the crown of the head down into the face, releasing the cheekbones, the jaw, the neck, the shoulders. Down into the chest, into the arms, to the hands, going down into your solar plexus, going down into your hips, into your back, down into your thighs, into your knees, shins, calves, ankles, feet. Take your awareness to the back of your body. Pay attention to your posture, how you're holding your energy in your posture. See if you need to open the pathways of life force down your spine. Pay attention to your breathing. Is your breathing blocked or contracted, or is your belly tight, not letting the air go all the way into the lower abdomen? Is your chest contracted and tight? Can you feel the air entering your body in the back, lower back of your body?
I think I'm pretty congested. Is that the word? Like my
Let's
chest is
begin by connecting
restricted.
our source cord. Go ahead and visualize a pillar of light down through the crown of your head, in through the center of your body, down the perineum and down into the center of the earth. Breathing. Silence your mind from any thoughts, questions, ideas, images. Focus purely on the present moment, in this time, in this space. Give yourself a moment to quiet any thoughts as you observe yourself in the stillness, in the silence. Just observing how your body adjusts to the stillness and the silence. Let's begin to work with the root chakra at the base of the spine. Go ahead and shrink the root chakra down to the size of a dime. Go up into the sacral chakra. Go ahead and shrink the sacral chakra down to the size of a dime. Go into the solar plexus. Go ahead and shrink your chakra down to the size of a dime. And gently expand your heart. And expand your throat. Expand your third eye.
My what? Go ahead and visualize the bubble around your body. See yourself inside of this field of energy, completely intact. You're going to bring from the center of the earth a powerful wave of green earth energy up your legs, into your solar plexus, creating a vortex of energy. Interesting.
From source, go ahead and bring down a powerful wave of cosmic energy, comes down to the crown of your head, combining with the earth energy. Just go ahead and take 10% of that combination back down to the center of the earth.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Take 80% of that life force now up your spine from the crown of your head, coating the outside of your bubble. Taking that cosmic and earth energy all around you, disconnecting you from the matrix, people, places, and things that are no longer in alignment with you, or things that we connected to unconsciously. Go ahead and take that final 10% into your body now, absorbing into the pores, the flesh, the muscles, the bones, down to the cellular level of your body. Okay,
It's a
let's
little
begin by
bit dark.
clearing our energy body. Go ahead and clear 13 layers of your body. Remember, you can send it down to the center of the earth, or you can send it up to the crown of your head. Everything goes to source, either way. Go ahead and fill your space with golden light wherever you are. Fill your room, your house with golden light. Ground your house, ground your room. And then come back to yourself. Pay attention to your present moment. I want you to begin to observe yourself in the past week. I want you to begin to observe yourself. What is your greatest challenge? Greatest challenge that you're working with at this time internally for you? What causes you the greatest, strongest emotion this week? Of resistance, of fear. And once you tap into that emotion, go ahead and be absolutely present with that emotion in this present moment. Go ahead and observe now how this has affected you emotionally. Go ahead and name out the emotions that come up as you sit with this emotion fully. And just begin to notice which one of those emotions is the strongest. Allow yourself that every contracted emotion you feel in your body that you acknowledge by naming it out. Go ahead and select the strongest of these emotions. Be absolutely present with this emotion. Observe yourself as you are feeling this emotion. What parts of your body contract? Observe.
Interesting.
As you observe the strongest of those emotions, we're going to take ourselves back now to the very first time that we felt that emotion. As you tune into the memory of this experience, you're going to be very neutral. Your first three chakras are closed, your top three are open, allowing you to see beyond the limitations of our perception at the time without getting entangled with it. Go ahead and notice now what you need. What is the need, the internal need? What need is not being met? As you begin to establish what is the belief here, the belief is a product of the need that's not met. So as a result of the need that's not met, you formed a belief about yourself, about others. So this is the key core root program. We're going to fact check this program to see if it's in alignment with the greater truth. So as you take a look at this belief system, just ask yourself, is it true? So you observe that it's not true. Ask yourself, what is true? And as you observe that, you'll notice that many aspects of your body begin to release any tension, any contraction. I want you to observe how many generations are repeating this belief system. First, go down your mother's line. Right now, you are accessing the Akashic records by yourself on your own. Trust what comes up. If you believe that you don't have the answer to that, you're going to block yourself from seeing the answer. This is not imagination. This is your ability to access the field that you're exercising right now. So as you begin to see generations that have experienced this, let's go down the father's line now. How many generations down your father's lineage are you repeating this? As you begin to observe this, your understanding of your purpose will become more clear. I want you to ask yourself, what is it that you need in order to no longer fear? What do you need in order to no longer believe this belief system? Go ahead and see all the fractals of yourself from childhood until now that have repeated this in your life. I want you to observe moments of betrayal, self-betrayal, self-rejection, self-denial, self-resistance. Just observe how we are embodying and enacting this belief in the many stages of our lives. As you begin to integrate these fractals into oneself in front of you, what is it that you need in order to embody your highest expression at this time? What do you need to nurture all these fractals? Whatever the answer is, you're going to create a color for this answer. Go ahead and visualize that you are filling your body right here, right now, in your meditation with this color. Fill your bubble with the color of healing. Every color has a meaning from the range of vibrational frequency. As you allow yourself to infuse yourself with this meaning, this frequency, this understanding, go ahead and merge this fractal into your body. I want you to see the room full of karmic contracts. This room is filled with all the agreements that you made coming into this human temporary experience in order to evolve. I want you to shine your crown light on top of them, and we're going to dissolve them. We don't wish to learn them through suffering and pain and unconsciousness, but rather from awareness, from harmony. Very good. As you begin to collect all these fractals of yourself, inhale deeply, taking them fully into your body now. We're going to let our ancestors go, filling them with this healing light. Go ahead and take a moment to come back into your body as you begin to work with your root chakra, as you open your root chakra back up. Your sacral, your solar, shrinking your heart, your throat, your third eye. Go ahead and activate the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And go ahead and strengthen and expand your source cord into your body. You're just going to allow your body to adjust to this alignment at this time now. I want you to come into the 0 point, observing in a non-judgmental observation of yourself or anything that you're feeling, thinking, seeing, sensing. Letting go of any contraction, coming into a state of observation. Be fully present in your body. Don't fall asleep or don't lose your awareness. Don't leave your body. Be fully in your body. Be fully in observation. Go ahead and open your eyes and come back into the room. And with your eyes open, I want you to continue that meditation for just 1 more minute. In absolute observation, without judgment. Be fully in your body. Notice if any part of you wants to contract. Breathe deeply into the base of your spine. You'll notice that here in the 0 point everything is perfect. Everything is still. There's no danger, there's no harm. And this week, I invite you to train your trust in this state as many times as you possibly can throughout your day. And as soon as you forget when you're doing something, bring yourself back. Don't worry about rushing. Don't worry about anxiety, being afraid. We're going to break this pattern. You guys did amazing. I want to thank you so much for joining me today. It was an honor to work with you. And let me come over here into the questions in case anybody has any questions. Let me see over here. Julie Goring. Hi, Julie. So we don't send the Zoom link. We actually send the link for you to join and register on the website. So anytime you guys have a hard time finding anything, just go directly to the website and you can register and join by accessing directly the event. And the Zoom link is sent to you when you register, okay? All right, Aquamarine says, hi Geraldine, I booked a session, but the earliest is the 8th. Anyone sooner? No, I'm so sorry. We're very booked right now until May. So definitely check in to your account to see what's going on there. Maybe Amala can help you. Trisha McKenna, so great to see you. I'm feeling a lot of energy through my body, and it's very uncomfortable to sit right now. Yeah, that's the same thing a lot of people have been saying. So that's exactly why I did this meditation today, and I hope it's helped you. It's really the releasing of resistance. The more you resist, or the more you force yourself to sit calm, the more challenging it is. It's just come into the observer. Just come into the observer, come to the 0 point, and that's when things are just going to begin to come into their order naturally. Jason, great to see you. Light Warrior. Galería Salvador, estoy siguiendo en español, muy agradecida por tu tiempo. Les ruego que no nos olvides para las personas que hablan español. Yes, Galería, muchas gracias. Esta semana vamos a hacer la segunda parte. Esto va a ser en español, ¿ok? Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Thank you so much, Christy. So great to see you. Inga, thank you so much for that super chat. Love you. Deep, deep gratitude. So grateful for you. Thank you so much. The eclipse was, I believe, yesterday. So yes, it is. But of course, a lot of people might be feeling the effects and still feeling them through the week. Sharon, thank you so much. Liza, love you. Stephen, another important lesson, messages time. Thank you so much, Stephen. It was an honor to be with you here. Love you. Terry, really lovely. Thank you so much. Christian, phenomenal. What a blessing. Thank you so much. Deep gratitude. Goddess Cheryl, thank you. Love you. Myrtil, Radha, blessings. Malu, thank you so much. I feel so much lighter. I know that's the beauty of this work. And you know, it's just, to me, it's just so beautiful that there's an architecture to the human body that you can just simply by understanding how we function, we come back into right order, right? That's just pretty divine. Jason, thank you so much, Arlene, for today's session. I was really in touch with my ancestral lineage and I felt the connection so powerfully. I felt I healed them and myself as well. Wow, that's amazing. See, just by that tiny little meditation, you were able to access that. So that's huge. Thank you, Goddess. Much love, everyone. Have an amazing week. And if you guys can, my father is going in for a surgery tomorrow. And if you can send some little healing energy, I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I will see you later. Bye.
Makes it not know what the right thing is to do. It is doubt itself. It is all of the logical things. What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? The ifs get in the way. These are all hypotheticals. Think about this for a moment. The more paralyzed you are in life, the more if you have in your mind. You are paralyzed not by reality, you are paralyzed by a hypothetical world. The more your existence is hypothetical, the more paralyzed you will be. So simple. The more reality-based your existence is, the easier it is to act. The reality of the situation is I am on a flight, they're asking for a doctor, and I am a doctor. That is the beginning and end of it. The paralysis comes, what if I can't help them? What if I don't know what to do? I'm a fucking psychiatrist. What if they need a real doctor? What if? The action is very simple. The action is based on reality, not the hypothetical. But the mind gets caught up in hypotheticals all the time. And if you look at all of the things that we've talked about, the shoulds are not experiences, they're hypotheticals. The reason that we have trouble living life is not because we don't know who we are, it's because we live in a false reality. We live in a construction. We don't live in the real world. And living in the real world is not through self-discovery, it is through self-abandonment. Because what is it that distorts our perception of the world? What distorts our perception of the world is glishta. Glishta comes from us. Is the emotional baggage that we carry. What is sabotaging my relationships? My choice of mate comes from my own mind. Oh my God, I feel so insecure. And this person flatters me so much. They love bomb me so much. Abusers are the ones that love bomb. They take advantage of your insecurities. There's data about this. What gets in the way is me. My ego. I need that flattery. What keeps me from living in the real world is me. I'm not able to see things as they are because of what my mind attaches to it. The significance to me, oh my God, I lost this parent-teacher association election. My life is over. I lost this presidential election for the nation that I live in. I am no longer prime minister. It doesn't matter whether the thing is big or the thing is small. I was not elected to my captain of my esports team in my college. It's all our mind. See, someone's saying beautiful. So let's get to questions. Or we'll look at exercises, then we'll get to questions. So let me share y'all. Let's start populating questions. All right, so we'll take questions for about 15 minutes. We started 30 minutes late. We're ending 8 minutes late. So we're going to show you also, this is a good one. So for once in my life, I did an okay job at giving people, the staff here at HG, time to develop they had enough time to develop quests. So I improved this week. So this is beautiful. We're not going to go into too much detail, but obstacle 1, emotions and numbness. Obstacle 2, clouding of the mind. Obstacle 3, internal conflict and transmuting motivation. Done. You guys do this thing, it'll work. I can't be sure, but I feel confident, right? So like this is mapped out. Everything that we've talked about is mapped out. Y'all go through this stuff and you will improve, right? And there's even some stuff about yoga and other kinds of advanced things in here. So definitely check that out. Okay. Let's look at our questions. Okay, how can I reconcile mech pilot and being emotional awareness practices? I feel less after Manipura Chakra practices. Mech pilot seems similar. So I don't quite understand the question 100%, but how can I reconcile mech pilot and being emotional? Let's talk about emotional awareness, emotional digestion, and mech pilot. So the Manipura Chakra is used to digest whatever is undigested. So Manipura Chakra governs physical digestion. It also governs the digestion of knowledge and even things like undigested emotions. So let's understand what makes it hard to be emotionally aware and what makes it hard to be the mech pilot. So when our emotions are too big, it is very difficult to be the mech pilot. It is easy to be the mech pilot when there's a tiny emotion. It is hard to be a mech pilot when there is a big emotion. So we have two ways of enhancing our mech pilot awareness with emotions. One thing that we can do is level up the mech pilot. The second thing that we can do is decrease the size of our opponent. We can metabolize the emotion. So this person is alluding to the fact that when they do Manipura Chakra practices, it seems like they feel more like the mech pilot. That's the point. Everything that I'm going to teach y'all is all the same fucking thing. It's just taught in 1,000 different ways, 1,000 different roads for 1,000 different brains and 1,000 different cognitive fingerprints. So as we digest our emotions, they become less overwhelming. So step number 1 is digestion. Step number 2 is awareness. Then it becomes easier for us to be aware because the emotion is not so strong that it triggers the dissociation or numbness. So oftentimes the processing of emotion can even precede awareness of emotion. You can go both ways. Awareness can be a style of processing, but for some people that I work with, we will process emotions even without being aware of them. We will gain some awareness maybe on the physical. So they'll feel muscle tension, they'll feel tightness in the throat, we'll breathe into that. There has to be some awareness of the emotion, but it doesn't have to be a mental awareness. It can be a physical awareness. You can work emotions out through the body. So emotional digestion makes the emotional manageable. Then you can become aware of it, and then you will become a mech pilot. The intensity of the emotion and your attachment to the emotion is what causes you to lose the mech pilot. So this can absolutely be in line. What is the elevator equivalent of exposure therapy for the fear of being alone and unworthy? What a great question. So, one of the best exposure therapies for feeling alone and unworthy is to be by yourself. See, when we feel alone and unworthy, this is a hypothetical. So it's kind of hypothetical. So this is kind of what I mean. So when we feel alone, what we really feel is a severedness to someone else, right? We feel a deprivation from other people. That's what it is to feel alone. One of the best exposure therapies is to be alone. So there's research that shows that solitude counters loneliness. Really weird. Solitude is intentional being alone, and it actually counters the feeling of loneliness. So one of the best counters to feeling alone is to be by yourself. Spend intentional time with yourself, and you will discover something very magical, is that it's okay to be alone. When you go for a hike by yourself, and now we have to pay attention to Vasana, Klishta, all this kind of stuff. When you start being by yourself, all kinds of thought patterns will arise. You're so pathetic because no one's coming with you. You're such a loser that you don't have social things to do today. All you can do is be by yourself. These are mental patterns. That's not actually being alone. So if you really pay attention, what is the source of your suffering and being alone? It is not the aloneness. It is the judgment of the aloneness that your mind does. It is the flagellation of your mind. And you can understand this very simply because you can run a very simple experiment, which is that your mind will flagellate you when you're with someone. Oh, I understand. Oh, okay, mind. You're saying that because I'm by myself.
Whoops.
Do you feel like your lack of motivation is getting in the way of your happiness? Maybe even simple things like getting out of bed in the morning seem impossible. And you're wondering, why do I feel this way? If you're going through this right now, you're not alone. The first step to addressing a lack of motivation is identifying the cause. This video will help you determine whether depression is the root of the problem, or if there's another reason you're feeling unmotivated. Keep watching to learn 5 signs that your lack of motivation might be related to depression. Number 1, disinterest. Have you noticed that you're losing interest in things that you used to love doing? Maybe you no longer feel excited to hang out with your friends, or you don't get as much joy out of your hobbies. According to Healthline, this lack of interest is a common sign of depression. Depression can make you feel emotionally numb, even in situations that you would normally find fun and stimulating. As a quick self-reflection exercise, try asking yourself, when's the last time something or someone made you feel happy? If you can't think of anything, it may help to reach out to someone you trust to talk about your disinterest and any other concerning feelings you may have. Number 2, over or under stimulation. It's nice when things are easy, but we don't grow or learn when things are easy peasy for us. As humans, we have a natural drive to overcome challenges and gain new skills. An article published by the mental health app Shine states that a lack of challenge can cause boredom and kill your motivation. Do you feel like you're stuck in a rut? Learning something new may be just what you're looking for. Try a new hobby and see how you like it. Or if there's a hobby that you used to be passionate about, pick it back up again. On the other hand, having challenges that are too daunting can cause us to feel overwhelmed and decrease our motivation. The mental health organization Beyond Blue states that prolonged and intense challenges, such as an unhealthy relationship or work-related stress, can cause depression. Number 3, diminishing accomplishments. It's important to celebrate your accomplishments, even those little wins. According to best-selling author and success coach Tim Castle, When you're unmotivated, you may focus more on all the things you haven't done instead of celebrating what you have accomplished. The Canadian Centre for Addiction and Mental Health states that feelings of uselessness and low self-esteem are also signs of depression. It's important to monitor these negative thoughts and reach out for support if you need it. Number 4, self-distancing, not social distancing. Do you dread family get-togethers because you don't want to talk about your plans for the future or how you're doing in school or work? What about making excuses to cancel plans with friends? The Center for Addiction and Mental Health states that withdrawing from the ones you love is a sign of depression. If you're feeling unmotivated, you may distance yourself because you feel like there's nothing to report or contribute to a conversation. This also may be the case if you feel that your loved ones may perceive you negatively for not having your normal passion for
I
activities.
love this music so much.
Number 5, rigid thoughts. Do you think you don't have any skills or that you can't learn a new one? Maybe you feel like you just can't do well at anything. If so, you might have what psychologists call a fixed mindset. According to BetterHelp, people with a fixed mindset believe there's no point in learning new skills because it probably won't help them succeed anyway. A study published in Clinical Psychology Review found that people who had a fixed mindset were more likely to experience depressive symptoms and worse mental health overall. Of course, this does not mean that everyone with a fixed mindset is depressed, but if you find yourself thinking this way, it may be worth considering whether your lack of motivation is related to depression. Lack of motivation can happen for a variety of reasons. If you've been busy for weeks and need a lazy day, that's totally normal. However, having multiple signs may be your body letting you know that your mind needs some attention. How do you deal with feeling unmotivated or depressed? Are there other signs you've seen? Share in the comments below. Thanks for watching and being a part of the community. If you want to see more relatable videos that help you learn about psychology and mental health, don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button. See you next time, Psych2Goers.
That music was insane.
Do you feel like your lack of motivation is getting in the way of your happiness? Maybe even simple things like getting out of bed in the morning seem impossible. And you're wondering, why do I feel this way? If you're going through this right now, you're not alone. The first step to addressing a lack of motivation is identifying the cause. This video will help you determine whether depression is the root of the problem, or if there's another reason you're feeling unmotivated. Keep watching to learn 5 signs that your lack of motivation might be related to depression. Number 1, disinterest. Have you noticed that you're losing interest in things that you used to love doing? Maybe you no longer feel excited to hang out with your friends, or you don't get as much joy out of your hobbies. According to Healthline, this lack of interest is a common sign of depression. Depression can make you feel emotionally numb, even in situations that you would normally find fun and stimulating. As a quick self-reflection exercise, try asking yourself, when's the last time something... Do you feel like your lack of motivation is getting in and see how you like it? Or if there's a hobby that you used to be passionate about, pick it back up again.
What is this
On the other
song?
hand, having challenges that are too daunting can cause us to feel overwhelmed and decrease our motivation. The mental health organization Beyond Blue states that prolonged and intense challenges, such as an unhealthy relationship or work-related stress, can cause depression. Number 3, diminishing accomplishments. It's
What
important to
is-
celebrate your accomplishments, even
What
those
is
little
this
wins.
song in
According
the
to best-selling
background?
author and success coach Tim Castle,
Jeez.
when you're unmotivated, you may focus more on all the
He's
things you
so
haven't
nice.
done instead of celebrating what you have
I'm losing
accomplished.
my mind.
The Canadian Centre for Addiction and Mental Health states that feelings of uselessness and low self-esteem are also signs of depression. It's important to monitor these negative thoughts and reach out for support if you need it. Number 4, self-distancing, not social distancing. Do you dread family get-togethers because you don't want to talk about your plans for the future or how you're doing in school or work? What about making excuses to cancel plans with friends? The Center for Addiction and Mental Health states that withdrawing from the ones you love is a sign of depression. If you're feeling unmotivated, you may distance yourself because you feel like there's nothing to report or contribute to a conversation. This also may be the case if you feel that your loved ones may perceive you negatively for not having your normal passion for activities. And number 5, rigid thoughts. Do you think you don't have any skills or that you can't learn a new one? Maybe you feel like you just can't do well at anything. If so, you might have what psychologists call a fixed mindset. According to BetterHelp, people with a fixed mindset believe there's no point in learning new skills because it probably won't help them succeed anyway. A study published in Clinical Psychology Review found that people who had a fixed mindset were more likely to experience depressive symptoms and worse mental health overall. Of course, this does not mean that everyone with a fixed mindset is depressed, but if you find yourself thinking this way, it may be worth considering whether your lack of motivation is related to depression. Lack of motivation can happen for a variety of reasons. If you've been busy for weeks and need a lazy day, that's totally normal. However, having multiple signs may be your body letting you know that your mind needs some attention. How do you deal with feeling unmotivated or depressed? Are there other signs you've seen? Share in the comments below. Thanks for watching and being a part of the community. If you want to see more relatable videos that help you learn about psychology and mental health, don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button. See you next time, Psych2Goers.
Hey everybody, happy Thursday. Now today's question comes from the comments of an old YouTube video. You know I'm in those comments, and if you have a good question, I save them and I answer them. So let's jump into it. And the question says, Katie, talking about anger and depression, I have a quick question. How can I build my willpower to do things? The only thing that makes me do things is when I have someone holding me accountable. It's the only reason I've been able to do homework and get out of the house. How do I hold myself accountable to do stuff? I just don't get out of bed if there's no one forcing me to do anything. And then I'm really frustrated with myself. I know I should be doing my late assignments, so why can't I force myself to do them? My first thought when it comes to this question is...
My first thought is she's in the same boat as I am. And that is, she has no law for herself. Let's see what she says.
Maybe you're struggling with depression, and have you seen somebody about it or considered medication? Whenever I hear my clients
Medication. Wait, what is this video about? Willpower and depression.
telling me that there is no way that they can motivate themselves, they have no motivation. Unless someone's forcing them to do something, they just cannot muster up any energy to do anything. Get out of bed, shower, any of our basic needs. Some of my clients will lay in bed all day and not eat because they just don't have the energy or the motivation to do it. And so I would encourage you, if this is you and when I was reading this question, you're nodding along and thinking, yeah, what do I do? Please see someone. Talk to a therapist, talk to a psychiatrist. And I'm only mentioning medication. I know many of you are against it. I totally understand. But in my experience, this is when we're drowning in the symptoms. We don't have any motivation. We don't have any way to get ourselves to do what it is we need to do. That's when medication can be our life raft. It can get our head above water enough that we can actually participate in therapy and use some of the behavioral techniques they're talking about. Otherwise, we just feel like we're drowning. We can't even get out of bed, and there's no therapist that can make us do that and be that motivation for us. We need a little extra help. Another point I want to make is, are you actually doing things that you really enjoy? Are there things you enjoy? Obviously, these are questions that pertain to depression, because if there are things we used to love doing that we no longer love doing, that's one of the main symptoms of depression. But also, are the things that you feel forced to do things you just don't enjoy at all? I know school and assignments are a whole nother ballgame, and those are things that we have to complete because we're in school and we have to complete them. It sucks, but it's true. But are there other things that you can do for enjoyment purposes? Hobbies, things you like? Fill your time a little bit more with those, because those can help elevate our mood, maybe enough to get our head above water so that we can do the things that need to get done every day. Also, what are your goals? I think it's important for all of us to have goals for each week, maybe even each day. You know I love my lists. Sometimes I'll make a list just to check things off, like I got up, check, made breakfast, check. Make sure that you're setting goals, small, achievable goals for yourself each and every day, because that can help us feel more accomplished, more motivated, and just overall better. But also make sure you have long-term goals, because things like school can be really tough in the moment, and it's hard for us to even get anything done. But sometimes if we have that thought of like, hey, I want to get out of my parents' house and move away and go to school and make new friends, those can be goals that we can reference. We can put up on a post-it note maybe on your wall to remind you, because we all need those reminders from time to time. We all get stuck in the weeds and get sick of doing the same things. So having goals, putting them up where we can see them, all of those things can help keep us motivated maybe when we just don't want to. And the last tip I want to offer is having someone that checks in on us. This could be online, this could be through text messaging, this can be any way that works for you. Have someone that checks in on you and you check in on them. Keep each other accountable. Sometimes that can be the motivation that we need to get out of bed. Have someone that texts you at like 10 a.m. every morning like, hey, did you get up? You eat breakfast? I'm doing it right now. It sucks, but I'm doing it. How about you? Well, sometimes we need the other person holding us accountable to those little goals, those daily goals that sometimes can feel so overwhelming and just impossible to complete. I hope you found this helpful, but as always, leave in the comments. What other tips do you have for people who are struggling with motivation? What gets you motivated? Let us know. And if you're new to my channel, make sure you subscribe and turn on those notifications because I put out videos twice a week and you don't want to miss them. And I will see you next time. Bye.
Have you ever asked yourself, am I depressed or just lazy? Do you spend your entire day doing nothing but still feel extremely exhausted? Do you find it difficult to get out of bed? Many people with depression often feel like they're just being lazy. On the surface, depression and laziness may look similar, but it's far from the same. We made this video to remind you that being depressed does not make you lazy or bad. So let's delve into 6 signs that you're too depressed to do anything. Number 1, you can't snap yourself out of it. You really need to snap out of it. Your best friend said to you one day while she visited you during one of your down moments, I want to, but I just can't. You replied to her, hoping that she would understand how you desperately want to love watching your favorite movies again. Telling someone to just snap out of it sounds extremely invalidating and suggests that someone is actually deciding to suffer from depression. Depression is never a choice. No one chooses to experience immobilizing levels of depression. If they were given a choice to stop experiencing it, they would choose to stop. Depression is a grave mental illness that requires professional treatment, and in some cases, medication. Number 2, you can't cheer yourself up. Similar to point number 1. Have you ever felt disheartened or downcast? However, you can't pinpoint exactly why you feel that way, or that nothing you do seems to lift up those heavy feelings in your chest. According to a report, depression is a mental illness that causes extensive and long-lasting effects on your thinking, emotions, perceptions, and behaviors. Depression will cause the sufferer to feel sad about everything. As a matter of fact, it does not necessarily require a trigger, such as a difficult event or situation, a loss, or a change of circumstances, for a person to feel depressed. Outwardly, we might see that a person's life is totally awesome and amazing. They would even admit that this is true. Yet, that person still feels dreadful inside. Number 3, you've lost interest in everything. Do you feel that everything in your life is just less enjoyable, less intriguing, less important, less lovable, and less worthwhile? Have you felt that it's difficult for you to be motivated, feel pleasure, or anticipation? Indeed, depression can taint every nook and cranny of your life, causing everything to become less exciting and less satisfactory. This loss of interest is known as anhedonia, which means to reduce desire and lack of motivation to do anything. According to a study, this symptom can be experienced in varying degrees. Some obtain no pleasure from being in the presence of other people, or some may feel lonely, yet at the same time want to isolate themselves. Number 4, you can't function like you used to. Does it ever feel so difficult to just get yourself out of bed? You should shower, but you think, what's the point? You go to work, but you're unable to focus on the task at hand. When a person experiences grief, it may take a while to pass, but a person with clinical depression is most likely to withdraw from daily activities and stop communicating with their loved ones. The mountain in front of them seems harder to climb, and it feels difficult to jump over the hurdles and challenges. Number 5, your laziness isn't triggered by anything. Do you find this feeling so lazy and unenergetic to do anything perpetuating itself in your routine? You prefer to lie around in bed instead of doing the laundry. Did you know that perceived laziness in depression is often not triggered by one specific thing? A depressed person may look lazy due to apathy and impassiveness. They will not care to accomplish a particular goal and sometimes will have learned helplessness. However, there is not always a lucid and direct reason why a depressed person may exhibit this behavior of laziness. Number 6, your laziness is not a choice. I know what I have to do to accomplish my goals. But no matter how much my mind ruminates and reminds myself about it, I never do it. I suppose I'm lazy. Have you ever confessed such a statement to someone you trust? Or maybe you may have such a thought inside your mind. Laziness has become a hackneyed term associated with depression. Oftentimes acts as a character judgment, really. This does nothing to help comprehend why someone does not strive and put one's best foot forward to do what they want to do or what is expected of them to do. Laziness is perceived as a problem rather than a symptom of a problem. One may miss the red flags that they're depressed and need treatment. Once the underlying issues are addressed, you will be one step closer to healing. Depression is a complex, multi-systemic disease that can appear concomitantly with other psychiatric problems such as anxiety disorder or phobia disorders. A thorough and holistic understanding of depression has been elusive due to its complexity. However, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Depression is highly treatable, even in the most severe cases. Depression is usually cyclical, and early treatment may hinder or forestall recurrent episodes. The truth is, no one should hesitate to seek professional help if you notice that you or a loved one exhibit such behaviors. Did you relate to this video? Feel free to leave a comment down below with your thoughts, experiences, or suggestions. And if you found this video helpful, be sure to hit the like button and share it with those out there who need to hear this. Don't forget to subscribe to Psych2Go and hit the notification bell for more new videos. Thanks so much for watching.
I started following them when they were like 12 people. This is so ridiculous.
Gemini 2.5 just got released the other day, and they've already released a massive update that completely changes how you could use this tool and makes it way more useful. And by the end of this video, you're gonna know exactly what that new change is, how you can use it, and a bunch of
Oh no, I'm doubting myself again. If this is you, you're in the right place. I'm Susanna from the Tapping
That intro.
And if you're here because you're feeling that familiar weight of self-doubt, then this tapping session is for you. So maybe you're struggling to trust yourself.
So yeah, I wanna
like
start tapping.
Maybe you're feeling really overwhelmed by uncertainty.
Because apparently it's
questioning
easy,
all
you
your
just do
decision-making,
this.
or just worrying that
You
you're
tap,
not able to
GG.
handle all the things that you have on your plate at the moment.
I just have to
Self-doubt
believe
can
in
feel
it,
like you're
and then
constantly
it's working.
second-guessing yourself. Your inner critic is really loud. Your negative thoughts are going round and round, and you just can't ignore it. And no matter how hard you try, that voice of uncertainty and self-doubt just won't shut up. And it's so frustrating. I know self-doubt is something that everyone will struggle with at some time in their lives, myself included. Like a lot, I've really struggled with crippling self-doubt over the years. I know how hard it is, but here's the truth: you are worthy, you are enough, and you have it within you to move through self-doubt and come out the other side. Okay, so we're going to try that.
Wow, her eyes are
So get yourself nice
crazy.
and
Look at
comfortable
this
where you're
color. What the
sitting,
fuck?
and we're going to take a nice deep grounding breath together first of all.
What?
So breathing in through the nose.
It's ridiculous.
Slowing
It's
things
like a
down,
dark
coming into
violet,
the space,
blue kind of thing.
and slowly out through the mouth.
Straight out of anime. Holy fuck.
Well done. And then tapping on the side of the hand. Repeat what I say either in your mind or out loud. Say it with kindness, say it with care. Even though I'm really doubting myself again.
So what is she
I'm
doing
not sure
here?
about my abilities, whether I can get through this. I love and accept myself anyway. Even though I'm really scared about making mistakes, scared about failing, and I worry that I'm not good enough or capable enough. I'm doing okay, and I choose to honour my feelings. So we're just being present with how things are. Even though I've been really struggling with self-doubt for so long, same old record looping round, and I sometimes feel overwhelmed or stuck, I choose to deeply and completely love, honour and accept myself. Or I'm doing my best to. We're all just doing our best, right?
So what is the
Listen,
tapping
we'll
doing?
just tap through the points as we express, you know, how we're feeling. It's really important to acknowledge those thoughts and emotions, even though we might feel that they're negative. Really, no emotion is negative. They're all valid, but we do need to express the truth of how we're feeling. So tapping gently on the eyebrow point. Oh, doubting myself again. I'm always doubting myself. Same old story. Side of the eye. I feel like I'm never good enough. Under the eye. What if I fail again? Under the nose. I can't seem to trust myself. It's like I've got no faith in myself. Chin point. And I'm always second guessing my decisions. Is it right? Is it wrong? Collarbone point. I'm scared of making the wrong choices. Under the arm. What if people judge me for not being perfect?
What is this? I'm not doing this, dude.
Top of the head. I feel like I'm not capable of doing things right.
So many areas. What?
Eyebrow. These doubts are so overwhelming. Side of the eye. I can't shake off this feeling that I'm not enough. Under the eye. I keep thinking I'm going to mess up. Under the nose. Everyone else is better than me. Chin point. I'm so scared of failing again. Collarbone point. Am I enough? Am I good enough? Experienced enough? Successful enough? Under the arm. I'm scared I can't move past this. Top of the head. I just feel stuck. Eyebrow point. I'm scared I'm always going to sabotage myself. Side of the eye. But maybe I can overcome self-sabotage. Under the eye. I'm scared that I can't trust myself. Under the nose. But maybe I can learn to trust myself. You're doing really well. Keep tapping. Chin point. I'm scared of making the wrong decision. Collarbone. But maybe I can make decisions that feel right for me. Under the arm. I feel insecure, uncertain. Top of the head. But maybe I could start believing in my strengths and my abilities. Okay, so we're going to do a round now where you don't say anything. I'm going to guide you through the points. So if you feel comfortable to do so here, just close your eyes. If not, just soften your gaze. Just tapping softly on the eyebrow point. I'm going to talk you through. So all you need to do really is listen here to what I'm saying, okay? You don't need to repeat anything out loud. So eyebrow point, I want you to picture yourself standing tall or sitting tall, knowing deep in your heart that you're enough. Just see yourself knowing you're enough. Knowing that you have everything you need to navigate your life with strength, with grace. So just see yourself with that calm, confident look on your face. Just notice your expression, knowing that you're enough. Still on the eyebrow point, just see yourself again. What are you wearing in that moment? What are you seeing? But most importantly, how do you feel? And then move to the side of the eye. Now just see yourself moving through your day, really grounded in the quiet certainty of your own self-belief. Just see yourself, you trust yourself, and it's unwavering trust. See yourself going through your day. Just imagine that now you're moving with a really calm, grounded confidence. Feeling that deep within you, you're enough, and you've decided that you're just going to let go of any self-doubt, and you're feeling lighter and freer. You're almost gliding on your feet, knowing you're enough. You trust yourself. Move to the under the eye point. Now visualize yourself making decisions with ease, really fully trusting your intuition. See yourself feel really confident in all those choices that you're making. Like this self-belief just flowing through you without any effort at all. Under the nose. Feel how good it feels to just accept yourself completely without that doubt. And your self-belief means that you can just embrace all parts of yourself without any judgment. You just believe in yourself. Moving to the chin point. Now imagine that you've released the need to be perfect, to always make the right decision. So your self-belief is reminding you now that you're worthy regardless of how things turn out, because you are enough just as you are. Tapping on the chin point. You're enough just as you are. And then move to the collarbone point. Just imagining yourself feeling really steady and confident.
Wow, how long is he doing this?
Chin point. I'm learning to trust myself more and more each day. Nose.
So I really want to know what the tapping does. I don't think it's the tapping itself. I think it's I don't know. Could be pressure points. Hmm.
So welcome back to Workshop Wednesday. And today, we're
Du möchtest gerne Psychotherapeut oder Psychotherapeutin werden? Dann solltest du wissen, was das neue Psychotherapeutengesetz für dich bedeutet. Hey, ich bin Franzi und willkommen auf meinem Kanal. Ich freue mich, dass du dieses Video hier gefunden hast. Auf meinem Kanal findest du alle möglichen Videos rund um das Thema Psychologie und heute werden wir uns das neue Psychotherapeutengesetz ein bisschen genauer anschauen. Wie lief die Ausbildung bisher ab und was hat sich verändert? Am Ende des Videos werde ich dir verraten, warum sich ein Psychologiestudium doch lohnen könnte. Also bleib dran. Früher verlief die Ausbildung zum Psychotherapeuten folgendermaßen ab. Nach einem normalen Psychologiestudium mit Bachelor- und Masterabschluss folgte eine Weiterbildung zum psychologischen Psychotherapeuten mit anschließender Approbation. Diese Weiterbildung dauerte dann 5 bis 7 Jahre und war meist unbezahlt. Oft kostete sie sogar einiges, einschließlich der Seminare und Weiterbildungen, die man innerhalb der Ausbildung noch machen musste. Viele mussten dann direkt nach dem Studium schon direkt einen Kredit aufnehmen, um sich die Weiterbildung überhaupt leisten zu können. Mit dem neuen Psychotherapeutengesetz, welches 2020 in Kraft getreten ist, sieht dieser Weg allerdings anders aus. Nun absolvierst du ein 3-jähriges Psychotherapiestudium mit einem Bachelorabschluss und hängst daran dann noch ein 2-jähriges Masterstudium dran. Danach erfolgt eine verfahrensspezifische Weiterbildung zur Fachtherapeutin oder zum Fachtherapeuten, welche in Vollzeit mindestens 3 Jahre und in Teilzeit 5 Jahre dauert. Diese Weiterbildung soll jetzt bezahlt sein, da die Auszubildenden von den Einrichtungen ein normales Gehalt erhalten sollen. Das klingt doch erstmal nach vielen Vorteilen, oder? So positiv diese Veränderungen auch klingen mögen, sind sie mit einigen Nachteilen verbunden. Zum Beispiel haben Psychologiestudierende, die nach September 2020 angefangen haben, Psychologie zu studieren, ohne ein zusätzliches psychotherapeutisches Studium keine Möglichkeit mehr, psychotherapeutisch zu arbeiten. Zu diesem Zeitpunkt war das Gesetz allerdings noch so neu, dass es kaum Unis gab, welche einen entsprechenden Bachelorstudiengang schon angeboten haben. So hatten die betroffenen Studierenden 2020 genau 2 Möglichkeiten. Sie konnten entweder warten und die Zeit überbrücken, bis die ersten Unis anfingen, entsprechende Bachelorstudiengänge hervorzubringen, oder aber sie konnten auf gut Glück und mit Hoffnung auf irgendwelche Hintertüren einfach mal Psychologie studieren. In meinen Praktika durfte ich mit verschiedenen Psychotherapeuten und Psychiatern sprechen und alle waren sich in einem Punkt einig. Die Reform bringt mehr Schwierigkeiten, als es zu erwarten war. Viele Kliniken können es sich beispielsweise überhaupt nicht leisten, die Auszubildenden zu bezahlen, weswegen die Anzahl der Ausbildungsplätze auf Dauer reduziert wird. Angehende Psychotherapeuten müssen dann länger auf einen Ausbildungsplatz warten und wenn sie doch einen kriegen, kann es gut sein, dass sie trotzdem keine Bezahlung erhalten. Zudem fallen mit der Weiterbildung der Studierendenstatus und mit ihm also alle studentischen Unterstützungen weg. Aus diesen Gründen hat die Reform den Werdegang zum Psychotherapeuten oder zur Psychotherapeutin meiner Meinung nach eher erschwert als erleichtert. Vielleicht schaust du das Video, weil du nach September 2020 angefangen hast, Psychologie zu studieren und jetzt nicht so recht weißt, was das neue Psychotherapeutengesetz eigentlich für dich bedeutet und welche Möglichkeiten du noch so hast. Vielleicht schaust du es auch einfach aus Interesse oder aber du fängst bald mit dem Studium an und weißt nicht so recht, ob du Psychologie oder Psychotherapie studieren sollst. In jedem Fall werde ich jetzt ein bisschen genauer auf meine persönliche Ansicht zu dem Thema eingehen und eventuell kann diese dich ja bei deiner Entscheidungsfindung unterstützen. Wenn es jetzt dein Ziel ist, als selbstständiger Therapeut mit einem Kassensitz zu arbeiten, kannst du das so mit einem Psychologiestudium seit 2020 leider nicht mehr machen. Allerdings hast du die Möglichkeit, an deinem Psychologiestudium eine Weiterbildung zum Heilpraktiker anzuhängen. Mit dieser Qualifikation darfst du Psychotherapie offiziell anbieten und auch damit werben und du kannst offiziell mit einem Kassensitz bei den Krankenkassen abrechnen. Wenn diese Option für dich nicht in Frage kommt, hast du immer noch die Möglichkeit, mit Privatzahlern zu arbeiten. Das bedeutet also, dass du mit Leuten arbeitest, die ihre Therapie bei dir selber bezahlen. Das hätte den Vorteil, dass du nicht an das bürokratische System in Deutschland gebunden wärst. Ich erkläre dir das mal. Angehende Psychotherapeuten und Psychotherapeutinnen brauchen nach ihrer Approbation einen Kassensitz, um ihre Dienste von Krankenkassen bezahlen zu lassen. Allerdings gibt es von diesen viel zu wenige, was bedeutet, dass die Wartezeit, um einen solchen Kassensitz zu erlangen, bis zu 5 Jahre dauern kann. Zudem sind die Kosten für einen solchen Kassensitz extrem hoch. Sobald du dann deinen Kassensitz hast und deine kleine Praxis eröffnet ist, steckst du schon mitten in der Bürokratie. Pflichtmäßige Fortbildungen, regelmäßige Abrechnungen, Berichte und ein vorgegebener Höchstsatz für Therapiestunden. Private Krankenkassen zahlen zwar oft mehr als gesetzliche Krankenkassen, allerdings bist du sehr unflexibel in der Preisgestaltung. Nicht nur, dass es viel zu wenig Kassensitze gibt und die Wartezeit für einen solchen Kassensitz bis zu 5 Jahre beträgt, sind die Kosten, wie ich eben schon angeschnitten habe, sehr hoch. Je nach Gebiet, in welchem du dich dann letzten Endes mit deiner Praxis niederlassen möchtest, kostet so ein Kassensitz zwischen 50.000 und 300.000 Euro. Mach dir also bitte nicht zu viele Gedanken über eine potenziell versäumte Zukunft als Psychotherapeut. Du hast immer noch die Möglichkeit, nach deinem Psychologiestudium die Ausbildung zum Heilpraktiker zu machen und wärst dann einfach Heilpraktiker für Psychotherapie. Oder wenn du das nicht möchtest, dann wirst du Coach oder du kannst es nennen, wie du möchtest. Das Einzige, was dir hierbei verloren geht, ist der Titel des psychologischen Psychotherapeuten. Allerdings ist die Tätigkeit genau die gleiche. Und mach dir keine Sorgen, wenn du mit Privatzahlern arbeitest. Die Nachfrage nach Therapieplätzen ist extrem hoch. Du wirst also auf jeden Fall irgendwelche Patienten finden und du wärst überrascht, wenn du wüsstest, wie viele Menschen bereit sind, privat viel Geld für ihre Gesundheit zu bezahlen. Zudem bist du freier und kannst nach deinen eigenen Regeln arbeiten. Ein Psychologiestudium bietet dir außerdem mehr Möglichkeiten. Wenn dir das Behandeln von Personen keinen Spaß mehr macht oder es dich vielleicht sogar selber belastet, kannst du immer noch entscheiden, ob du vielleicht doch in Unternehmen arbeiten möchtest oder in die Forschung gehen möchtest. Außerdem könntest du auch beides miteinander kombinieren. Nach meinen Informationen ist das mit einem Psychotherapiestudium zum jetzigen Zeitpunkt nicht möglich. Außerdem darf man nicht vergessen, dass diese Reform bisher nur in Deutschland gilt, was bedeutet, dass dein Psychotherapeutentitel möglicherweise in allen anderen Ländern nicht anerkannt werden könnte. Das waren die Änderungen des Psychotherapeutengesetzes auf einen Blick. Ich hoffe, ich konnte dir einen guten Überblick verschaffen oder dich bei deiner Entscheidung unterstützen. Wenn dir das Video jetzt gefallen hat und du mehr solche Aufklärungsvideos
Das war super.
sehen möchtest, dann zeig mir
Wow, wir
das
sind
mega
der
gerne mit
100.
einem Like
Abo.
und schreib mir auch gerne deine Meinung zu diesem Thema in die Kommentare. Ich freue mich außerdem auch sehr über dein Feedback und wenn du mich mit deinem Abo unterstützen würdest. Vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen und bis zum nächsten Mal.
Nice.
Can I show you 50?
Wie man aufhören kann, von jemandem besessen zu sein. 10 todsichere Wege, um ihn aus deinen Gedanken zu verbannen. Wenn du jemals in einer Situation warst, in der du nicht aufhören konntest, Tag und Nacht über jemanden nachzudenken, dann war dieser jemand der ständige Bewohner in deinem Kopf. Er war rund um die Uhr da und wollte nicht wieder weg. Du weißt, dass du vergeblich besessen bist und das macht dich nicht glücklich, aber du weißt einfach nicht, wie du aufhören sollst, von jemandem besessen zu sein. Unabhängig davon, ob du etwas Intimeres mit einer Person hattest oder einfach ohne Grund für sie geschwärmt hast, das Muster ist das gleiche. Du denkst die ganze Zeit an sie, wo immer du hingehst, was immer du tust, sie sind immer irgendwo in deinem Hinterkopf. Vielleicht hattest du schon Gelegenheit, mit jemand anderem weiterzumachen, aber deine Besessenheit hält dich als Geisel und du hoffst, dass sich eines Tages etwas ändern könnte. Du hältst sie einfach so hartnäckig fest, dass du niemandem eine Chance geben kannst. Manchmal sieht man nicht, dass es da draußen noch jemanden gibt, weil einem die Besessenheit den Blick versperrt.
Das Schlimmste ist, wenn man sich selbst auch nicht sieht. Du siehst nicht, dass das Leben dir jeden Tag neue Möglichkeiten bietet, wenn du einfach deinen Gedanken entfliehen und sie ergreifen würdest. Dir ist klar, dass es Zeit für Veränderung ist. Nicht unbedingt weitermachen, sondern nur in Bewegung kommen, ein paar Schritte vorwärts gehen, weil man das Gefühl hat, dass man schon lange am selben Ort festsitzt. Das Schlimmste, was man tun kann, ist gar nichts zu tun. Aber wenn du nicht weißt, wo du anfangen sollst, sind hier einige todsichere Wege, um deine Besessenheit loszuwerden. Erstens. Erkenne, dass du besessen bist. Manchmal ist die Person, die wir am meisten belügen, diejenige, die uns im Spiegel entgegenstarrt. Es gibt niemanden auf dieser Welt, den wir so leicht täuschen können wie uns selbst. Deshalb müssen wir einen Schritt zurücktreten und realistisch sein. Das ist der schwierigste Teil, wenn wir uns eingestehen, dass wir ein Problem haben.
Wie sie lacht.
Ich weiß, das klingt, als wären wir in einer Art Reha, aber das ist es gerade. Die Person, von der wir besessen sind, ist unsere Droge der Wahl. Und je eher wir erkennen, dass wir ein Problem haben, desto eher können wir weitermachen. Zweitens. Geh der Sache auf den Grund. Es geht nie um die andere Person, es geht immer um uns. Es muss einen Grund geben, der uns in diesen Zustand der Besessenheit gebracht hat. Vielleicht hatten wir zu viele schlimme Brüche in unserem Leben. Vielleicht war jede vergangene Beziehung mit einem unwürdigen, giftigen Mann und unser Traumtyp ist wie ein Hauch frischer Luft. Vielleicht sind wir nur ein bisschen einsam, obwohl das am schwersten zuzugeben ist, und wir haben etwas aus diesem Kerl gemacht, das ihn mehr in einen Traum als in die Realität verwandelt hat. Was auch immer es ist, je eher wir die Ursache kennen, desto eher wird das Bild von ihm aus unserem Kopf verschwinden. Drittens, verbanne dich aus den sozialen Medien. Soziale Medien sind Fluch und Segen zugleich. Sie sind großartige Wege, um zu kommunizieren, etwas Neues zu lernen und Spaß zu haben. Auf der anderen Seite geben sie uns Stalking-Privilegien, die wir nie für möglich gehalten hätten. So verbringen wir unsere Tage damit zu untersuchen, wo er gewesen ist, mit wem, wir starren auf seine Bilder, wir sind besessen von seinen Beiträgen. Es macht uns verrückt, weil wir ihn auf unserem Bildschirm haben, aber nicht in unserem Leben.
Der Titel war neutral,
Am besten
aber
deaktiviere
der
also
Inhalt.
deine Social-Media-Accounts für eine Weile oder entfreunde ihn einfach. Das ist einer der hilfreichsten Schritte, sonst fallen wir einfach tiefer, indem wir ihre Social-Media-Accounts verfolgen. Viertens, schaffe eine physische Distanz. Das Sprichwort aus den Augen, aus dem Sinn kommt nicht von ungefähr. Wenn du nicht ständig Zeit in ihrer Nähe verbringst, ist es einfacher, sie aus dem Kopf zu bekommen. Jedes Mal, wenn du sie siehst, wächst deine Besessenheit. Wenn du also mit denselben Leuten rumhängst oder dieselben Orte besuchst, halte dich zurück. Am Anfang wird es schwer sein, aber mit der Zeit wird es einfacher.
What is this Hunter Card? What the
Fünftens,
fuck?
vermeide den Kontakt mit ihnen. Wenn du dich in einer Situation befindest, in der ihr euch von Zeit zu Zeit oder
What the fuck?
regelmäßig textet oder anruft, reißt du deine Wunden nur noch tiefer. Halte Abstand. Sag ihm, dass du mit der Arbeit, dem Studium oder mit allem, was dir einfällt, beschäftigt bist und einfach keine Zeit für Schreiben hast. Dieser Weg ist wahrscheinlich der härteste, aber das Vortäuschen von Freundschaft hat noch nie etwas Gutes für alle Beteiligten gebracht. Sechstens, konzentriere dich auf dich selbst. Es gibt eine Unzahl an Dingen, die du jetzt tun könntest oder solltest, anstatt von ihm besessen zu sein. Konzentriere dich auf sie. Verbessere dein Leben. Arbeite an dir selbst. In ein paar Jahren wirst du dankbar sein, dass du dich dafür entschieden hast. Es gibt Besseres zu tun, also beweg deinen Hintern von der Couch und geh. Die ganze Welt ist da draußen. Zeit ist kostbar und du verschwendest sie. Du kannst es besser. Siebtens, sozialisiere dich mehr. Du hast wahrscheinlich nicht viel Zeit für deine Freunde, weil du zu beschäftigt bist. Du siehst das Problem. Ruf deine Freunde an, häng mit ihnen ab und rede mit ihnen über alles andere als deinen
Ich
verträumten,
habe mich heute
besessenen Typ.
sozialisiert.
Es gibt viele Themen zur Auswahl und gut verbrachte Zeit mit Freunden ist die beste Therapie für dich. Achtens, sei abenteuerlustig. Tu etwas, was du noch nie zuvor getan hast. Etwas, das du tun willst, aber was etwas außerhalb deiner Komfortzone liegen könnte. Du kannst alles tun, wie aus einem Flugzeug springen, Ziplining, Reiten, Fahrradfahren, alles, was du willst. Auf jeden Fall ist Veränderung die beste Medizin. Erwäge sogar, an einen Ort zu reisen, an dem du noch nie zuvor warst. Ein Tapetenwechsel verändert die Perspektive, sodass du vielleicht erkennst, dass die Dinge nicht so sind, wie du sie dir vorgemacht hast. 9. Erkenne, dass er absolut nicht perfekt ist. Er ist nicht perfekt, du hast ihn nur dazu gemacht. Er mag viele Qualitäten haben und man kann wirklich das Gefühl haben, dass es niemanden auf dieser Welt gibt, der so ist wie er. Aber das könnte nicht weiter von der Wahrheit entfernt sein. Du bist einfach vernarrt in ihn, also hast du dieses Bild in deinem Kopf erschaffen, das keine Verbindung zu ihm hat. Du bist nicht verliebt, du bist besessen. 10. Versuch nicht aufzuhören, an ihn zu denken. Das ist die beste Antwort auf die Frage, wie kann man aufhören, von jemandem besessen zu sein. Je mehr du es versuchst, desto mehr denkst du an ihn. Beachte, dass die meisten dieser Schritte nichts mit ihm, sondern alles mit dir zu tun haben. Das Entscheidende dabei ist, dass man sich auf sich selbst konzentrieren muss. Du machst nur zur Abwechslung mal du. Lebe dein Leben in vollen Zügen und er wird einfach in deinen Gedanken verblassen, ohne dass du dich auch nur darum bemühst, nicht an ihn zu denken.
Wenn dir dieses Video gefallen hat, findest du meine 2 Bücher auf Amazon. Der Weg zurück zu dir selbst. Finde deine innere Stimme. Und im Kopf des Narzissten. Schlage ihn mit seinen eigenen Waffen. Du findest die Links unten in der Beschreibung des Videos.
Der böse
Vielen Dank.
Narzisst. Interessant. Ihr Weg. Ja, das ist schon sehr Team Frau gegen Mann auf jeden. Aber man kann schon alles eigentlich neutral sehen. Außer ein paar Sachen, aber egal.
Hello, Spirit Familia.
It can be really easy to convince yourself that, hey, I'm not meeting these mythical, magical, mermaid, fantastical creatures of a woman. Women. I'm not meeting them, so therefore there must be something wrong with me. Must be something wrong with my stench, my looks. I don't have a symmetrical Chad face, so why is no woman looking at me? This is why I can't meet women. If I could use my Tinder or my Bumble or my Hinge or any of these pink stupid apps to meet women, hey, like 99% of my problems would be gone right now. I wouldn't be in this state of death and loneliness. Like, I would be alive. All my problems could be solved. But because I'm not the mateable, I'm not the mating species, I'm the one that has to choose. I don't get chosen. It's not as easy for me, especially in this modern era that we're all living in. There must be something wrong with me. It's me, I'm inept, and it's the superficiality of women. Let me tell you this, if you can figure out this riddle, then you for sure can find a woman. Why did the chicken cross the playground to get to the other slide? Okay. That's aside the point. That's just, I wanted to kind of diffuse the high tension in any situation with a dad joke. Speaking of dads, a lot of us, we lack guidance from our dads about how to quote unquote get women. Like, how did you meet mom? Why was it so easy for you? You know what I mean? A lot of us are fundamentally lacking that father guidance. And I don't even want you to think about your relationship with your parents just from this myopic Freudian kind of level. I want you to think about your relationships with your parents impacting every relationship or lack of relationship that you have fundamentally in your life. And for once, I need you to not fault yourself for why it's so hard to meet women. It's so hard to meet women because nobody is meeting organically anymore, and that's not your fault. That has nothing to do with you. A lot of times we really think of things in a black and white way, and we really think of things with a period at the end of that sentence, meaning if I haven't found a woman yet, I'm never going to be able to find one. I'm just womanless in this lifetime. I have zero ability to attract womankind, to attract that entire species That's not meant for me in this
Oh my
lifetime,
God.
period. That's what we like to think to ourselves. And is that really beneficial? Like, I want you to ask yourself, is actually coming to this conclusion that society is over, my ability to attract women is not there because it hasn't been there yet. In all my 35 years or 38 years of being alive, I literally have not seen it happen. So that means it's never going to happen, and there's got to be a period at the end of that
Girlfriend guide
sentence.
for guys.
Is that beneficial though? Is that beneficial to why you're still even alive on this planet at this point?
The music in the
time?
background
Really
is horrible.
need you to understand that the reason why it's so hard to attract women is not because of women's standards.
Her voice with the music in the background, it's all just terrible. That's a bad vibe, dude. I want to listen to what she has to say, but the music and the way she speaks on top of it, it's horrible.
Welcome. I'm in a new space today, a new place, on a break, on a spring break. Yeah, trip with family. And I'm coming on here because I saw a video that really talked about something that really kind of like, you know, it gave an epiphany, a beautiful image to something that I personally have been going through. And I know we all go through. I had a video where I spoke about, you know, Heal Live with me because I was moving through my emotions, because I think it's also helpful. And I'm at a space where I don't care how it looks or how it seems. It's so truthful. It's so authentic and vulnerable and from the heart. And it's so healing for me to join with you and to show up like this again and again. So why not do it? Why not start this journey together? 111 as I say that. So for everyone who's new here, I'm Estefania, but you can call me Steph. And this channel's called Spirit Led Steph. Because I'm here walking this path just like you are, figuring it out. You know, my transformational journey has started from the beginning of time, because you can see hindsight is 2020, and you can see how the Spirit's always working in our favor for us. Breakups for us, heartbreaks for us, moves of our lives for us, jobs, loss of jobs for us, contracts for us, things that didn't work out for us, things that were taken from us for us, again, for us, for us, for us. And we can only truly see it when we look back. And that's what comes to teach us this incredible lesson of we don't know what anything is truly for. I guess what we can learn from this is that we know it's for us. But what it's for, what it's here to teach us, why it seems like a problem now, like the whole specifics about it, that's not our job. That's the divine's job. Our job is to trust. Our job is to hand it over. Our job is to, as the Course in Miracles says, accept the atonement. Accept this moment as it is. Accept the truth of who we are. One with the divine, one with God, the true Son of God. One Son, this oneness that we all are connected in. That is the Christ, the Christ mind. That is the truth of who we are, and we have access to that. And the more we heal and the more we reveal that truth to ourselves, the more we really become to know what the ego is and watch it and expose it, because it's always running, and it will run in our experiences too, because this and the experience, remember, it is all interconnected. It is all feeding each other, right? So doing that, the more we do that, the more we expose, we are really dissolving the ego, dissolving the illusion, lowering the veil, and waking up, attaining true sight about what things are, what they're for ultimately, what this is all about, who we truly are in the eyes of God, in the mind of God, right? As children, as light, light workers, miracle workers. And so I saw this video, and it just hit like a little beautiful, it sparked a small epiphany in something that I've been moving through, talking about releasing unworthiness, right? And it's really going to deeper levels of things, because being on the journey, there's things we're already healing, we're already moving through stuff, yes. And yet, sometimes we feel like we've moved forward significantly on so many things. Peace has really been now almost like the default. The default is no longer the ego space, because we're born into the default of the ego, right? Think of like a computer, and you have your default setup. That's the egoic setup that we come into when we're born. And then we get all this programming and the way it's supposed to be and how things are supposed to move in the programming, until the moment that whole program, doesn't matter what the programming is and how maybe caught up, imprisoned we are by it, right? Or trapped by it, seemingly. Just be very intentional about that word. How seemingly trapped we are, because we're never truly trapped. In our most truest essence, it is never trapped, right? So how seemingly trapped we are, there is always a force working, even to use the default system to awaken us, to heal us, to bring us closer and closer to the experience of who we are, to the experience of God's love, pure love that resides in us, but is activated when we wake up. 555, as I say that. Activated. And it changes everything. It changes everything. It changes us in the inside out. It changes the purpose of all things. It changes the goals. It shifts us from within and then so without, right? And so for me, that, little spark of epiphany that I saw in a video, this like idea of a slingshot, and I wanted to share it with you guys, because healing can be like a slingshot. This is it. Where a slingshot, you gotta be taken back to then be propelled forward. Metaphorically speaking, that is so beautiful. We have to be taken back. And sometimes we feel like, man, what about all the work I did? What about all the things I have accomplished? And I'm talking about accomplished spiritually, right? Like healing I've moved through, concepts that I've let go of, new concepts that have now been ingrained and rooted in me. And yet something comes up in my life and I'm like, whoa, where did this come from? And how did this just show up? And yes, I know things are for me. Yes, we can have that knowledge, and yet the pattern is so strong because it was so programmed into us. Or even our interpretation, it wasn't like there was someone programming it, right? Let's take away that. It's just the mind itself, the egoic understanding of things. The egoic mind. Sorry, I thought I heard someone walking over, but I think it's just ducks. Little duckies. Can you hear that? Take a second to listen. Let's break the egoic mind for a second and listen to nature. So the egoic mind, gather my thoughts now. I really broke the egoic mind, and now I don't know what I was saying.
She's high as fuck.
So that we can move forward on our journey. I'm coming back to it, and that like we've progressed, right? Let's say, in an evolutionary sense, even though there's a part of us that will never evolve because it is purely spirit and complete and whole and needs nothing because it is, and that is the God us, right? The Christ in us. That is the direct essence of who we are, and we're just remembering that and accessing that. But in that journey, as we awaken, you know, we're moving forward. We feel how things are moving for us, how we've healed, how the peace becomes more and more part of our life, the foundation. It becomes the default, right? Before the ego was the default. There we go. Before the ego was the default of our lives, and now there's a new setup, right? New seeds have been planted, new roots are growing, and yet something can come into our lives because this is a life where we are experiencing more and more the deeper. So when we start healing what's on the surface, right? We start healing things that are on the surface, the most obvious things, maybe the biggest one, right? And then within that, as you heal, you go deeper. You see like deeper beliefs, deeper systems, deeper programming that you might not be willing to let go of so easily. Boom, you keep looking at that. You release, you forgive, yeah? And not just forgive other people. This is the Course in Miracles version of forgiveness, right? This is a whole forgiveness. This is an inclusive forgiveness. A radical acceptance of what is. The Course in Miracles teaches us that what our truth is, right? The Christ in us, the truth of who we are in God. And that truth can never judge, can never destroy, could never be killed or be born because it is one with God. It is forever pure, true, whole, right? And so that truth in us, which we carry, which is our essence, is our truest identity, which we're awakening to more and more, you know, 11:11, as I say that, we're awakening to. It's this new beginning.
She's so like,
that truth is the
what's it
truth
called?
that
Spiritual and
we're remembering as we forgive. We're remembering not only
superstitious.
in us, because if it's in us, it's in our brother. So to look at our brother and say, actually, his behavior doesn't define who he is. What he's chosen to do to me or to other people in this life doesn't define truly who he is. The avatar, let's say, right? That is all part of the egoic system, all of the egoic default system. And to start to distinguish the difference between the egoic default system, the programming, and the true essence of the person. And true forgiveness is to say, I know you for who you truly are. And what I thought you did and what I believed about you, or what I believed about myself, or what I've believed about this world, because they are all interconnected, those beliefs, was never true. That is the ultimate forgiveness. Sorry, I got a call. But this is all going to the slingshot idea, right? How beautiful is this idea? And it makes me think also, if you actually look at like many flowers, and there's a beautiful like, what do you call those, time lapse? That they get like a flower, and a flower as it blooms, it kind of does this. And then it opens more and it retracts. And then it opens more and then it retracts. And it opens more and it retracts. And it opens more and it retracts. And so it's a beautiful metaphor of the healing journey, of the slingshot idea, right? Like there is retraction, and yet that retraction is purposeful. There's a reason to that retraction. There is a reason why you have to be pulled back enough so that you can slingshot forward into your next timeline, into, you know, it's almost like a quantum leap of healing. You heal this, you really move into the deepest layer of what's left there, and it propels you forward. 111 in the new video. It propels you forward to start anew, to start in peace, to feel at ease, to leave the load that you've been carrying, that sometimes we don't know we've been carrying. And that's what I wanted to get into, is that this slingshot idea is how we go deeper. It's just showing us that we're going into the deeper layers of the mind, into the deeper subconscious that is guiding our life and that has been guiding our life up until now. So the fact that we are having a slingshot moment is a beautiful sign. Take it as a, like, congratulations, you're going deep. And if you're going deep, you know it's that you've leveled up. So what you're getting is a little more. What you're getting is an unexpected lesson. What you're getting is for you so that you can clean out, literally, clean out what's in the mind. Clean it out. Purify it. There's a part, one of the principles in A Course in Miracles, and it says that, you know, miracles are natural. I don't know if these two lines are together, but it's what's coming now, and I know they're in there. So miracles are natural. If they're not occurring, something has gone wrong. And for miracles to occur, purification is necessary first. What purification is Jesus talking about? What purification is Spirit talking about when it's telling us purification is necessary first? Purification of the heart. Sorry, I said the heart and I heard the mind. Because, okay, purification, let me run that back. Purification, it is the heart. It's the spiritual heart, right? But it's all in the mind, including the heart of the body, right? The heart that's guiding us. Purification of the mind. And maybe that was a beautiful slip up, actually. It's like the heart of the mind is what's being purified. The heart of the mind that's been guiding us. And what is the heart of our mind? The true core of our heart is God. 333, as I say that. Thank you. The core of our heart is God. And yet, the heart itself and the mind, what's running it, what's, like, that needs purification to access all the miracles. And the first miracle, the miracle always starts in the mind. It is an internal shift that then becomes an external evidence or an external experience. And sometimes it might not be external here. Sometimes there's a part that says, like, miracles heal and reach people and places and things that you may not ever be aware of. So, like, you just worry as a miracle worker of doing your part. You just worry shining your light. You just worry about your own mind, exposing the ego in your mind. Keep watching, keep doing that mind training, keep staying aware to what's showing up and what's challenging you and what you're still believing in. Be honest about it. We are here to be authentic about what is showing up for us so that we can move through it, so that we can release it, so that we can access peace, the peace of God that surpasses all understanding, and then bridges us over to joy, crosses us over to joy, because they are one and the same.
I envy her so much.
When we access that peace, there is a restfulness, and we immediately, automatically, inevitably access joy. So these slingshot moments that seem to be out of peace, that seem to be very far away from joy, are really the pull to propel you into peace and joy, to propel you into knowingness, into truth and knowledge. Knowingness. You like that? I made that up. Into knowledge. not human knowledge, right? Into true knowledge, wisdom that we are given, that we have access to, that we can download when we are clear, open, receptive, healed, aware, vigilant, thankful, grateful, and ready to serve. So once again, just to wrap things up here, every slingshot moment is for us. It is done to prepare you. And it may seem like you're falling back. It may feel like, what is going on? Why is this so hard? Or I thought I was past this, or I thought I was better at this. All the judgments that the ego likes to, ooh, let me latch onto this. She's moved up in this position. He's done all this work. And now something shows up in life. Oh, let's bring the guilt on, because that keeps them there. Nope, we're not falling in for that guilt, friends. We're recognizing, interesting, this may be a slingshot moment. And I'm going deeper. I'm cleaning out the corners of the mind. I am exposing the ego. I am seeing it for what it is. I am seeing it, how it's trying to trap me, how it has trapped me. And I am not afraid. I will move through these emotions. I will recognize, I will be truthful to the moment, to what I'm feeling, but I will ultimately know that it is all for the purpose of me becoming more of who I am in God, in truth, in love. And so I invite and I welcome this slingshot moment, that it may propel me and shoot me and surprise me into the next space, next stage, next moment of my life experience, whatever that is to be, wherever Spirit wants me, wherever God wants me to serve and shine my light, that I may be propelled there. That is my prayer for every single one who is watching this video. And I hold myself within that prayer because, as I always say, we are all connected. The mind is one. And my propulsion is yours. My healing is yours. My success is yours. We inspire each other. We are here to uplift each other. We walk together. Don't let it become something that is competitive, that creates separation. That is another trap. Let's start recognizing the traps more and more. That is the mind training. That is the vigilance to remember who we truly are in God, moment to moment. Sending you all so much love. If you like these videos and you connect, and you feel it in your heart, subscribe, leave a comment, let me know what's on your heart. If there's anything that you're facing that has some sort of, feels like a step back, right? Like you're sort of losing your ground, whatever it may be, remember, this is your slingshot moment. And so feel free to share it here, because we're all walking together and we're doing this together. And we got this together. So bless you all. Go shine your light, just like that beautiful
Is this real?
sunset
Did I
in the
just get...
back.
What the fuck?
All right, stay blessed, my friends. See you soon. Mwah.
Genius Canva hacks in under 10 minutes and teach you something new about
Can spirituality help with trauma? The simple answer is yes, absolutely. In fact, by my definition of the terms, spirituality, spiritual awakening, is the exact opposite of trauma. It is the complete healing of trauma. So let me see if I can help you to understand this by helping you to understand first the terms. It all depends on how you define things. I like, when it comes to trauma work, I strongly recommend Dr. Gabor Mate, and I like his definition of trauma. Trauma is not the thing that happened to you. Trauma is the thing that occurred because of what happened to you. So it is like if you were to get cut, trauma would be the scar of the cutting. If you were to get burnt, trauma would be the fact that you were now afraid of fire and you live your entire life in fear of fire. Another way of thinking about trauma, especially if it's persistent trauma, and usually the things that burn us the worst are the things that happen when we're in childhood. So traumatic childhoods, you know, it is very often things like sexual abuse, physical abuse. Let's just normalize saying this. So many people have gone through those things. Most people have gone through those things. We live in a world where it's like that's the real pandemic. We're all infected with this thing inside of us, and we go around infecting others. And so many people out there are hurting children in various ways. And we are the adults who survive that. And we have to figure out how to fix that. But there's also smaller traumas. Fear of abandonment, fear of isolation, traumas from your siblings. And those, I use the word smaller because people think that trauma is only if you were abused or if you almost died. And they view the other things as smaller traumas. But the truth is they are all traumas. They create in you fear, and they create in you a sense of aloneness and a sense of helplessness. And they create emotional memory, and that emotional memory becomes lodged in your body and turns into disease. And they create in you memories that haunt you more and more as you get older. Whatever your trauma is, it is the thing that cuts you off from your true being. Okay? One way of thinking about this is the moment the trauma occurs, an event occurs to you, your trauma response is to just freeze in spot. Because for the first time in your innocent life as a child, you experience fear, immobilizing fear. And this fear makes you stop moving because you don't know where to go. And then it makes you want to protect yourself. So you build up walls around yourself and you build a prison cell for yourself. And you say, I'm going to stand here because here is safe. And I'm going to look around and make sure it doesn't happen again. And then with time, you forget that you did that. And that now becomes your identity, your egoic identity. It becomes your sense of self. And with time, you soften that. And it turns into not just, this is the prison that I have built and this is how I maintain my prison. But after a while, because you forgot where it originated from, this actually becomes who you are. It becomes the life that you work towards, the life that you are protecting. It becomes mistaken as your ambition, as your life path. Sometimes it's your career. And you think that this is something beautiful, but when you really, really peel through the layers, do you really want to become successful in this career? Or is it just a form of the fact that you are afraid of financial scarcity because of something that happened in your childhood? Are you really a very ambitious and competitive person? Or were you broken by rivalry with your siblings when you were younger? Do you really love independence and freedom? I love a nomadic lifestyle. I love being single. I love casual relationships. I don't want to get married. Or were you traumatized by unhealthy forms of ownership and control and confinement that you witnessed as a child? Now, I'm not saying that these things are wrong. I'm saying that chances are you have some version of one of those things in your life. You have begun to tell yourself that this is what I want and what I like and what I'm working towards. And you have started to define your success as how well I can maintain these things. But when you go through spiritual awakening, your spirit awakens and your spirit says, I am tired of living this way. I did not come to this physical realm to live this way. What you think is your life is really just the walls that you built around yourself because of your trauma response. Okay, so that is the definition of trauma. It is the way you respond to something, and that becomes so normalized in life that it becomes who you are, what you do, and why you do it. But what now is the definition of spirituality or spirit? What is the spiritual awakening? Spirit is not something that you will become when you die, and it is not something that is a little part of your being that will leave your body when you die. Spirit is everything that exists, and you are part of that. An easy way of thinking about this is that you don't have a spirit, you are spirit. Spirit, your spirit came into this world, a little piece of your spirit decided to try this world out for a short time. If you're familiar with my channel, then you're familiar with the metaphor of the iceberg. So you have a large iceberg, and there's this big, huge mass under the waterline, and a little tiny piece that's just poking up on top. And that little tiny piece in this metaphor is what you think you are. I am my body. This is my name. This is when I was born. This is my race, my gender, my address, my occupation. And I will only exist for 70 or 80 years. That is what you think you are. But the truth is you are the entire mass. You are the entire iceberg. And this part of your being that is below the waterline that you are not aware of or that you have forgotten is your spirit. So you are not occasionally spirit or part spirit. You are spirit. So spirit is your nature. It is the place from which you act or should be acting. And it is the place where your consciousness is based or should be based. Another way of thinking about it is that is where your eyes are. They can be or should be from that place perceiving life from there. And you should be like a child, a brand new baby. You should know that, oh, I came into this world. I came into the physical world. A little piece of me is here, a little piece of me is here, and I'm physical, and I love this physical world, but I am based in the spirit world as spirit. That is what we were. If you can remember as far back as possible, even in theory, even as a theoretical contemplation in your meditations, can you remember what it was like to be a baby? Before you knew your pains and your traumas and your fears, before you knew your parents and your culture and your society, before you knew your name, when you were a brand new baby, what was life like? Can you imagine what that was like? That is where you were, where you want to go back to. So spiritual awakening is when that aspect of yourself, the vast majority of yourself, is tired of stepping aside and wants to reawaken, wants you to come back to that existence. Okay, so let's go back to the relationship between trauma and spirituality. Trauma, so...
I don't know. I don't know about this. I think we should force ourselves to play Undertale. Because if I don't understand why this game is so hyped, I am truly lost. I've lost the sense of what is funny and interesting anymore. Okay. What was this about? Oh shit. Wait, what is Z? Now I have to press it. What is it? Wait, what? I have to press Z on the keyboard. There we go. I don't understand this. What is Z? Halt. What the fuck, dude? The X button. What? It doesn't work. What is this? So in between the trees, that's here. Oh, okay, I remember. Yeah. So I was here yesterday and then we got killed. Because I don't know what Z is. Was it? I don't know. I don't even know. Let's see. So it didn't work. Oh, look at this. You always get hurt here. Oh no. X is not Z. I'm dead now. There, I pressed something. I pressed every button, so. Come on, Giga. Let's see it. Let's try again. So it's none of these. It's so terrible, dude. No! Is it a combination? Because I'm pressing them. I'm gonna press them all at once again. I don't even like what is this? There, something happened. Okay. I know what to do now. It's B. I don't know why it's B, but yeah. Both get hit twice. Okay. Why is there nothing about the music? It's awful. Too loud. Oh, we messed up. I'm drunk. I don't know. The cross is bad. Here it is. It's all about the top right. So you enter and then you enter again. That means you take this. Wait. What? What am I doing? Wait, I saw something. Wait. Oh. I have to exit too. If I have to exit. Where do I exit though? No, I got it. I got it though. Oh shit. So every time is bad. Okay. Whoa. What the fuck? So what? We have two colors. Did this disappoint him or something? He's pet Doge. Okay. Oh shit. No, this gets boring now. Oh, what the fuck? I can't move, by the way. It just slides. Slide, 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 slide. It stops here. Good thing I am Giga Brain Hypercognitive. Little snowhead, okay. I'll allow it. What the fuck is this? Oh shit. Wait, what? What? Okay. It's a door. What is this? Drugs. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know what to dodge there. What is this? Park. We beat a greater doge. Okay. These guys do. The dog. Yeah. This town is a little too cheery. It has apps on it. Okay, but how do I see what I have right now? The music is cool. I'm too tired to read all these things now. We're gonna do this next time. I think I saved, right? So I have to figure out how to quiet the music. This is crazy. I don't see it. Where is it? Next time I'll check it out. Okay. Let's watch a little more. Dark psychology.
Gorilla is 7 p.m. fried. It's 95 degrees. I ain't got ain't got me.
What is this one?
What's up, ladies and G-words? Welcome back to my main channel. If you don't know, I have a second channel here. Check out the life formula, revolutionary journal alert. Bitches be copying it now, not naming names. Anyways, today we have another dark manipulation video. I made a few of these before and they're not quite as dark as this one today. And I'm also going to give you strategies for realizing if this is happening to you and how to protect yourself like a fortress. People always click on these videos and they're like, oh my god, you're such a bad person for teaching these. And I'm like, bro, these are my most popular videos. 1, 2, you clicked on it. What does that indicate about you? And also, do with these strategies what you will. I find, because I know these strategies, if someone is doing it to me, I know, and then it doesn't really work. So it's good to have this knowledge in your toolkit. So go watch my other psychology videos before you watch this one. If you've watched them all, you can watch this one now. So how can we protect ourselves from these manipulation tactics? Honestly, it's to be mentally stable. And a little more skeptical of people. It is super hard when we are in an emotionally vulnerable state, including being in love, because we're not even thinking, our guard is down. And I hate to say it, but you need to have your guard up a little bit, especially if your gut is telling you, I don't know if I trust this person. And women, I have mainly women on this channel, but I'm sure some men will watch it. Women, we have extremely strong intuition. For example, there was a guy I was dating, this was my comic, and I really trusted him. I remember there was one moment with him and I said this very much out of the blue. I said, you know, if you ever lie to me, I'm going to find out. Because I'm like, God will tell me. The universe will tell me. And he was just kind of like, what? And even I was like, why did I say that? He hasn't really done anything for me to question him. But there was this little voice in my head that was like, something is wrong. Something is off here. Even after I ended things, way later, you guys, I found out he was lying to me about his identity. And I found out literally because the universe wanted me to. And I'll tell that story another time. Trust your gut, be skeptical. The rose-tinted lenses need to come off, especially if you are being love bombed, especially if you know that you're way above someone and you get a sense that they are insecure. You need to be skeptical. I know when we start to get a little skeptical about people, it can make us feel like we can't trust anything in the world. Maybe you're suspicious of everybody around you, because I know I can get into states like that as well sometimes. It's good to have an outside resource, person who you can rely on, and that's why I love therapy. Anyway guys, spring is right around the corner, and did you know, anxiety actually
peaks in the springtime. And my paid partner BetterHelp can help you connect with a therapist who can help you during this difficult time. Did you know the majority of BetterHelp members actually seek support for anxiety, and 69% of members reported an improvement in anxiety symptoms after 6 weeks of therapy with BetterHelp. It's so easy to start. All you need to do is fill out a questionnaire, and BetterHelp will pair you with a credentialed therapist as soon as possible. You can also easily switch therapists at any time at no extra cost to you. Therapy is like dating, so there is a chance you're going to switch therapists. I mean, think about it. You're pouring your heart and your soul and telling everything that's going on in your life to a stranger. You need to make sure you connect to that stranger. How rare is it that on the first try, it works? This is a myth with therapy. BetterHelp carefully makes sure all their therapists are well qualified, and their customer support team is there to help you with whatever you need at any time. With over 7,000 reviews and a 4.3-star rating on Trustpilot, BetterHelp is a platform that you can trust. So let BetterHelp help you rule your anxiety and whatever else is going on in your life. Click the link in the description or go to betterhelp.com/SimoSquare to get 10% off your first month of therapy. 1. NLP mind insertion. Otherwise, you can call it embedded comments. Basically, it's where you're implanting a subtle command into a longer sentence and then the brain pretty much skips over it. But the subconscious will still absorb it as being a directive command. For example, in sales, they may say, you don't need to decide now, but when you do say yes, you're going to feel really good. The command is that when you do say yes, you don't need to decide now. So you're like, okay, I don't need to decide now. They're not pressuring me. But when you do say yes, you're gonna feel really good. You might not even realize it, but you're being commanded. It's a mind insertion technique. And it can also work in non-dark ways. For example, if you're doing a hypnosis, your brain sometimes is trying to fight it, like I don't want to be hypnotized. And then the hypnotist might say, you might start to feel something around this point. And then you start to feel something. Someone might use this emotionally to manipulate you. If they want to get something out of you and you don't want to open up, they'll be like, it's okay, you don't need to open up right now. It's totally up to you. Feel safe opening up when it feels right for you. Do you see what's happening again, the pattern? You think you have control, okay, they're not pressuring me, I'm gonna feel safe to open up what I want. But then the command is open up when it feels safe. So the command is still open up. Number 2, semantic collapse. Basically, you can emotionally anchor someone's identity and name to certain words and feelings until they emotionally anchor this to a new meaning. For example, I might say, Clara, you're so strong, you're so grounded, you're so safe, I love that about you, like that's what you are. Meanwhile, Clara might be like the exact opposite. See, this is a positive technique if you use it in that way, but you can also use it negatively. People tend to use this in seduction and also politics. Number 3, neuro-association hijacking, which is a mouthful, but essentially it means you're pairing your presence with someone else's extremely charged emotional states, whether that is positive or negative. You might only show up when they're extremely sad or extremely depressed, and they're going to associate you with that feeling state, and also whatever relief you're providing. For example, if you're showing up when they're depressed and you're making them extremely happy in that moment, they'll become addicted to your presence. They see you as this source of happiness, fulfillment, because you were there in their worst of times. It's used a lot by addictive lovers, like a love bomber, abusers who are trying to hijack your emotional state through a cycle of trauma and abuse, and then love, abuse, love. This is also like an intermittent reinforcement schedule, so a lot of these tactics go together. Again, watch my other videos because I've covered this all. You can pair this technique with an intermittent reinforcement schedule or phantom pain conditioning, where you're creating such intense highs and such intense lows and you disappear. So love bombers, what do? We've all been there. They love bomb you and then they disappear and you're like, what the hello? Hello? Can I get some attention? Can I get some love? What happened? And you're left in a state of confusion when you just feel like, I need their presence. I need their presence. You're addicted to it now. What happened? And they left you in a state of confusion. They might also be like, I've never felt this way about anyone. And then the next day they're cold and distant. It's the inconsistency which makes you crave someone. Next, the Milton model, which is conversational hypnosis. It basically, again, it passes the conscious mind and goes direct to the subconscious. It's language that feels fluid, permissive, and vague. When there is vagueness, your subconscious is going to fill the blanks in. And combined with a calm voice, it can enter you into a trance-like state where you become very susceptible to such manipulation. The echo technique, it's where you're basically repeating what someone's saying, but minorly changing a little bit, and it makes them feel very seen and understood, and it builds subconscious rapport with them. For example, someone might say, I feel totally alone, like no one ever gets me, and then you say, it's like you're surrounded with people but you're still totally misunderstood, right? Something that you can really resonate with, that makes it seem like they have also gone through the same thing and they really understand what you're going through. People do this a lot in interrogation. Therapists use it. See, it's not always used in a manipulative way. Therapists will do that so their clients can reveal more to them and also feel safe and seen in therapy, because they need to open up. Okay, this one is a little nasty, and it's how you can manufacture an identity crisis within someone. A lot of narcissists will use this, and people who are insecure. If you're a confident person, you have a protection around this. Basically, it's when you're subtly breaking down someone's perception of themselves over time and replacing it with a version of them who you think they are. It might not even be true. For example, let's say Kelly is very confident. Kelly is very independent, and she thinks that way of herself. And then you say, Kelly, I know you think you're so independent, but I see how much you need people. And then Kelly, in the moment, if she's confident, she'll be like, no, like, what are you saying? But if you're someone Kelly trusts, and you're doing this over time in subtle ways, and maybe also intermittently switching it up with a lot of praise, Kelly's subconscious is going to absorb this, and eventually she's going to start thinking about this. It happens in the most subtle of ways. And especially, guys, you are prone to manipulation if you are mentally weak or you're mentally ill. For example, I like to think that I'm someone who's confident. I always have been. I'm not really susceptible to manipulation. But when I'm mentally weak, and if I'm depressed, it's just, you're not you. You're not you. For example, I don't have a lot of physical insecurities. I mean, like, I like how I look, to the point where if someone ever said I'm ugly, I'm gonna be like, you're tripping. Like, I'm not. You might say somewhere like, you're not my type. Fine, but you're ugly? Crazy. When I was depressed, if someone said to me, like, made a minor comment, I would immediately, my brain's like, oh my god, I'm ugly, I'm ugly, I'm ugly. It's not me. Because I found this text with my friend yesterday, and when I was depressed, I'm like, bro, I need to get so much plastic surgery. I need to do all of this, because I was so mentally ill that I completely had lost my perception of myself. And you don't even realize it's happening to you until you become your normal self again, and you can take a step back and you're like, if you are mentally ill and you know there is someone around you who's potentially manipulating you, try to distance yourself from them, because you are extremely susceptible. And hopefully, knowing these tactics, you can repeat to yourself, okay, this is not who I am. What they're saying is not true. They're doing this to me, I can tell. Okay, isolation and idealization. A narcissist will always use this against you. They try to isolate you from family, from friends, and they position themselves as your only source of pleasure and comfort and any happiness in life. They'll be like, no one understands you like I do. No one loves you like I do. Why do you still talk to them? They don't support your growth like I do. You're different, you're rare, I see it. I knew how special you are from the day I saw you. What's happening? Dopamine hit. You're also bonding. And if they withdraw this from you, you're gonna be like, how can I get this back? Cults, gangs, toxic relationships, and even radical influencer communities will use it. They'll be like, our audience, our community is the best. There is no other community like ours. I'm gonna start saying that. There is no other community like the clownery trillionaire gang. Am I right? I actually believe that though. Okay, you guys know this one, but I want to put it in here anyway. Future projection binding. Jobs can do this. Toxic jobs will do this. Toxic relationships, love bombers will do this. MLMs, sales scams, memberships, they'll be like, imagine us doing this together in the future. Imagine when you're at this position in the company making this much money. Imagine us in Paris in the fall together. Imagine us with 5 children in a mansion in New Zealand together. It's locking someone in by projecting vivid future fantasies that haven't even happened yet, but you're still getting that dopamine spike. It makes them emotionally invest into an outcome which has not even happened and may never happen. You can also take advantage of someone's very emotional moments by repeating a belief they have so that they can internalize it as their own. A positive one would be if someone's sad and they think they're a terrible person, you can be like, you've always had a soft heart, like you've always been so lovely, like people don't understand that. deep down, you know you're meant for something more, don't you? But if someone was manipulative, they might take advantage of that emotional moment and say, people always leave you, don't they? I won't leave you though. Because it affirms your subconscious belief that people leave me. And you're like, but this person won't leave me. And if you can repeat this over time, it will eventually become their own belief. This one's a little nasty as well. Basically, we're going to cognitively overload them. A lot of toxic relationship men do this. It's called confusion induction. You're just really confusing them. For example, you're so different from anyone I've met, but you're also like exactly like every girl I've ever met. So you're like, what does that mean? You're cognitively overloaded. When confused, people latch onto certainty, and the certainty will become them. So if they're constantly making these contradictions, rapid changes, unclear languages, they become quite suggestible. And it's also like rapidly shifting between warm, cold, vulnerable, dominant, and you're like, what state am I going to get next? And you crave certainty from them. One moment they're here for you, the next moment they're gone, and then they're like, I will never leave you. And then they leave you, but then you trust them so much. You're just like, what the f? Okay, this is known as the double bind trap, where both choices are going to serve the manipulator. And it's similar to a point we talked about earlier on, but I'll tell you, do you want to tell me the truth now or later after you calm down? So either way, the manipulator is going to get the truth, whether or not you want to tell the truth. It's bypassing the conscious as well. You can either keep sabotaging this, or open up and admit you love me. Are you avoiding this topic because it's hard for you, or are you afraid? So either way, the manipulator is saying this topic is hard for you and you're scared of it even though you might not be. It's suggesting something to you. So no matter what answer the person chooses, it's still reinforcing the manipulator's narrative. Okay, preemptive framing. This is when you're defining in advance how someone should interpret your actions. Avoidants tend to do this. It's not always dark. But if people do these tactics on purpose, then it is dark. So you're going to think I'm being distant, but I'm actually just protecting my heart. When actually that person could just be distant, cheating on you, and you're just like, oh, they're protecting their heart. Okay, I understand my love. Some people might think what I did was manipulative, but I only did it because I care so much. So whenever they do something manipulative, you're going to be like, they only did it because they care so much. They adopt your story instead of trusting their gut. And the truth is already reframed before it fully lands. So thank you guys for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed. If you want more videos like this, make sure you subscribe to my channel and my second channel where I talk more about this totally unfiltered. And I will see you guys next time. Don't forget the like buckles out. Okay, I love you guys. Ich liebe dich. Tschüss.
You know what's crazy? You will work 90,000 hours in your lifetime. So when people say I want to find my purpose, it's a good question to ask. Now I know you can have purpose outside of work, but dude, 90,000 hours? Let's hope that you find something purposeful. So in this video, we're going to hit that from a few different angles. I want to give you 4 questions that really helped me find my purpose. This isn't just another video that you just, oh, okay, that's nice, and you know, you forget about, click. No, like you literally write these down, you sit down for an hour and you journal on these 5 questions. I promise you, you are going to be so much closer to finding your purpose than just if you let another year go by on autopilot. If you like this video and you want to reinvent yourself in 10 weeks, I'll link down below our Metamorphic program where you can apply and see if we can genuinely help you. All right, let's get into the video. This was one I used when I was in my mom's basement. I was 30 grand in debt. I had just graduated college. The girlfriend I was dating at the time broke up with me. I was in a really low spot and I had so many options in front of me. If you know anything about psychology, when people are forced to choose between 2 products, the decision they make, they're more confident on, and they're actually happier with the decision they make. But if they're forced to choose, you in this case, you're forced to choose between like 34 different products, you're actually less satisfied and you're less happy with your decision. Where I'm going with this is you might be like I was. I was 22 and I'm looking at all the different paths I could go down. How are you to choose? It feels like you're scared to make the wrong choice. Is that oftentimes we're so scared to make a decision Not because it might work out, but because it might fail. So this question is to remove all the fear of failure from you, to remove all the analysis paralysis of the 50 different things you could do. What would you do if you knew you could not fail? Now, be very careful, because I promise you, you ask yourself this tomorrow or whenever you do these questions, watch how fast that inner critic voice shoots down every single option. In fact, I know this because in our Metamorphic program, the first 2 weeks, we literally take people and we have them design this 2.0 dream character. It's really powerful. And you know, one of the most common questions we get is some people are like, I just feel like every idea I come up with, I get it shot down by this voice inside my head. And so we literally say like, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? Suspend that voice just for like 20 minutes, set a timer, and for that 20 minutes, you answer this question and that voice isn't allowed to enter. And then after the 20 minutes, what happens is they come out with a list of like 40 different things that was like suppressed or repressed down by this critic who's telling them to be realistic. That won't work out. Do you know how hard that is? Do you know how competitive that is? That's the very voice you're up against that's keeping you stuck. And these 4 questions are designed to get you away from that voice. Because if you never do, if you never suspend that disbelief for just 10 minutes, you have to give yourself the permission to dream big and answer questions like this. People think it's just going to hit them, just I came alive with purpose. It doesn't work like that in my experience, where others who are trying things and actively seeking it out and asking themselves tough questions like I'll give you in this video and like sourcing the inner work, those are the people who seem to fail their way, pivot their way into living a life with purpose. But this question is nothing without the next one. So we're talking about purpose, but let's first look at the opposite. If you sat down and you said, okay, what does a non-purposeful life look like? You know, you'd get something like, maybe I go to a cubicle, or I'm just trading my hours for dollars, or I feel like there's no creativity. Same thing, different day, right? A level deeper, what's there is apathy, where you don't feel anything because you're numb and you've been doing it for so long. So if the opposite of purpose is no purpose, and no purpose looks like apathy, what's the opposite of apathy? I think it's excitement. Because if this is feeling nothing, this is feeling like, oh my God, what's gonna happen? I don't know, this is unpredictable, it's not routine. So this question, when do you come alive? What gets you excited? Like so excited. That right there, that enthusiasm and excitement. You know what enthusiasm in its Greek origin means? To be possessed by God. That is God within you, enthusiasm. So when you're excited about something, or when you're enthusiastic, that's literally God within you saying, yes, this is it, go for it. So this is asking yourself, when do you come alive? When do you feel excited? You can do this as a one and done, where you just make a list of what excites you. Or what's even better is start making a log of all the times throughout the week that you're excited. Just like you would keep a food log if you were trying to have a lot of energy and you're like, okay, what do I eat and how does it make me feel? Okay, when I eat kidney beans, I feel terrible. You probably shouldn't eat those. You start linking it together. Keep a log of all the times you're excited, all the times you feel enthusiastic, all the times you feel alive. And literally you can write just like 1 or 2 bullets in your phone. Over the course of a week or a month, you're gonna have so many different experiences and things and emotions that you feel alive with. So that question is amazing. I've used it at so many times in my life and I know it'll help you. But this next one looks at passion from a bit of a different angle. This one is very straightforward, and I personally used this when I was 23 years old. What would you pay to do, and how can you get paid to do it? Make a list right now of all the things you would pay money to do. These could be your experiences, these could be material things that you're buying, these could be information that you're spending money on, like books or topics, etc. Because that's a sign that you're paying to do something because you like it. So how could you get paid to do it? If you're like, I don't know, well, pull up your credit card statements for the last couple months and look at any areas you're spending a disproportionate amount of your money on. Disposable income on, okay? So not rent. Another angle on this is when you have a spare 1 to 2 hours, what are you consuming? You know, there's content online. It's about everything. Like, just look at your own TikTok feed or your Instagram feed or whatever. What are you consuming? What pops up? What topics pop up over and over again? Those are good signs right there of things you're passionate about or things you care about. You know, for this one, when I was in my mom's basement, 30 grand in debt, struggling with all the different options out there, two things popped up. The first is I was consuming a lot of content online, YouTube primarily. And the second was that I was really into self-improvement books. I would hear book recommendations and I would order it. Okay, how to win friends and influence people, boom, I would order it and I would read it and I'd get so excited, have so much enthusiasm like I told you earlier. So I started putting those two things together, YouTube, self-improvement books. And what I did was I just started distilling down the 10 big ideas from the book. Knowing that I would pay for the books, I would pay for the YouTube gear. How can I get paid to do it? I wasn't necessarily thinking about money at the time, but I was just like, let me share this information, these 10 big ideas. And that was the first series that really popped on this channel and got us our initial, I don't know, 30,000 or so subscribers. So that's an example right there, a very small example of a seed that was planted that grew into what you are seeing and watching now. By asking that one question, what would you pay to do and how can you get paid to do it? This question might be the most important one. What are your strengths and how can you use them daily? Now for this, a little setup here. There's a psychologist named Martin Seligman. He's the OG, like godfather in positive psychology. Up until like around the 60s, psychology was just studying what was wrong with people. Like, what are all the phobias out there? Or all the, you know, what's wrong in the psyche? And Martin Seligman saw that and he was like, well, what actually makes us happy? Instead of taking us from like depressed to well, how do we go from well to flourishing? And he took all his research and work, and one of the things he came down to and boiled it all down to, for you to be truly happy and feel alive, feel like you have passion, you need to know your strengths and use them often. When you know your strengths and use them often, you feel like you're good at something, which builds self-esteem, which builds positive momentum. It's the difference between you crushing it in a game and you feeling like you're getting your ass kicked all the time. That's literally how life feels when you use your strengths versus when you're doing something that's really hard and unnatural for you. And so for this, I would highly recommend you look at a strengths test. Authentic Happiness is a good one by Martin Seligman, but an easy mainstream one, and in the first 2 weeks of Metamorphic, we have every one of our clients do it, is the Myers-Briggs 16 personalities test. You'll get a 4-digit code like ENFJ. That's what I am. Literally just read the profile on there and it'll tell you all your strengths and weaknesses. It'll tell you career paths to get in, to avoid, notable figures who probably you have similar traits to. Now, I'm not saying just pick a career off that and okay, there you go. But at least that's a good place for you to start. The more self-awareness you can have about your strengths, what you're naturally good at, the better. Because oftentimes you undervalue what you're good at because it comes natural to you. Like if you're really good with people and it comes natural to you, you just assume that everybody's as good as you with people naturally. Like, yeah, that's no big deal. You just go up and talk to them. Versus someone with crippling social anxiety. I'm not saying they can't improve on that. I'm not saying they're screwed, but they look at the way you do it as a superpower. They're like, holy cow, how do you just talk to people without getting in your head, without doubting your, like, that is amazing. There's a beautiful quote by Pablo Picasso. It says, the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give your gift away. You want a life that's fulfilling, know your strengths and use them often. You want a life with purpose, you know your strengths, use them often, and give them away to others. Give them away in service to others and watch yourself come alive. It feels good. Take these 4 questions. What would you pay to do? How can you get paid to do it? What are your strengths? How can you use them daily? What would you do if you knew you could not fail? And when do you come alive, feel enthusiastic and excited? You take that, you bust out your journal, you give yourself an hour to really dig down, and don't just take the first thing that comes out, really dig a little bit, work a little bit here. And I guarantee you're gonna walk away with way more self-awareness. You might just walk away finding your purpose. Thanks so much for watching, spending time together here. I'll link up right here a perfect follow-up. It's on identity shifting. This is really, instead of focusing on where you're going, focusing on who you're becoming. Perfect follow-up here to reinvent yourself. Again, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Stop settling, start living. See ya.
was Abgrenzung mit Selbstwertstärkung, Ich-Stärkung und auch mit dem Revier- und Aggressionsinstinkt zu tun hat und warum du als hochsensibler Mensch nicht deinen Platz im Leben finden wirst, wenn du dieses Thema nicht meisterst. Ich beschäftige mich schon seit vielen, vielen Jahren mit dem Thema Hochsensibilität und bin auch eine berühmte Autorin zu dem Thema geworden. Du siehst hier einige Bücher und auch ein Kartenset von mir, Hochsensibel was tun, nach dem gleichnamigen Bestseller. Und eine Frage, die mir immer wieder gestellt wird in den vielen E-Mails, die ich jeden Monat erhalte, ist die Frage, wie grenze ich mich ab? Und das ist wirklich eines der Kernthemen. Und heute möchte ich mit dir nochmal genau schauen, warum ist das eigentlich so ein großes Problem für Hochsensible? Warum führt auch die mangelnde Abgrenzung zu Blockaden auch im Lebenslauf oder auch in Unschlüssigkeiten bei deiner Berufung, aber auch immer wieder zu toxischen Beziehungen? Das war übrigens auch das Thema von meinem jüngsten Buch, das ist im Dezember 2024 erschienen. Ein sehr kompakter, extrem tiefgehender Ratgeber mit sehr interessanten spirituellen Perspektiven. Und da habe ich auch wieder ganz viel gelernt durch die Interviews, die ich geführt habe mit hochsensiblen Frauen. Und Abgrenzung hat also nicht nur, ich sag mal, diesen Touch von, ich möchte mal lernen, Nein zu sagen, sondern es geht ja noch viel, viel tiefer und es steht viel, viel mehr auf dem Spiel. Übrigens geht auch dazu meine Ausbildung zum Sensitiv Soul Coach jetzt vom 11. bis 13. April wieder los. Wir starten nicht ohne Grund mit diesem Abgrenzungsthema und wir werden das Modul 1 auch nochmal Mitte Mai wiederholen für all diejenigen, die jetzt so kurzfristig nicht mehr einsteigen können. Aber nur, dass du es weißt, wir können das Thema jetzt hier quasi nur an der Oberfläche kratzen und wir werden das 2,5 Tage dann in einem Online-Wochenendseminar live vertiefen und richtig ausarbeiten. Ich kann es dir wirklich nur empfehlen. Es ist das Thema Nummer 1, an dem Hochsensible nicht vorbeikommen. Jetzt also nochmal zurück zu der Frage, warum ist das so wichtig und warum ist es nicht einfach nur Nein sagen? Ich habe die Erfahrung gemacht, dass hochsensible Menschen oft ein sehr durchlässiges System haben. Wir können das auf verschiedener Weise auch betrachten. Einmal auf der Energieebene, was deine Chakren angeht. Ja, da sind wir nämlich beim Solarplexus, wo ich also die Theorie zum Beispiel habe, dass gerade bei Hochsensiblen mit Abgrenzungsproblemen einfach dieses Ich-Zentrum oder dieses Hara geschwächt ist und durchlässig ist. Warum ist das so? Es ist zum einen natürlich eine Veranlagung, dass man eher so feinstofflich unterwegs ist, ja, wie bei mir auch, das sieht man schon von Kindheit an. Und zum Zweiten ist es aber auch eine Schwächung in der eigenen Identitätsentwicklung. Und das findet meistens statt, wenn Menschen, gerade hochsensible Menschen, in, sag ich mal, schwierigen, dysfunktionalen, toxischen oder wir können auch sagen narzisstischen Familienstrukturen aufwachsen. Es muss nicht immer der Narzissmus sein, es kann aber auch einfach sein, dass deine Eltern oder ein Elternteil vielleicht depressiv waren, dass du als Kind sehr viel Rücksicht nehmen musstest, dass du als Kind helfen musstest, ja, oder sogar eigene Anstrengungen unternehmen musstest, zum Beispiel deinen Eltern emotional in Kummersituationen zu stabilisieren, ja, oder ein Elternteil ist vielleicht alkoholabhängig, ja, und der andere leidet darunter. Es gibt immer Stress und Streit oder irgendwie Probleme, ne? Oder die Mutter ist in so einer Opferhaltung, ja, dass die Mutter so depressiv verstimmt ist und immer, sage ich mal, schlecht drauf ist oder ängstlich ist und dass dann Kinder früh lernen, statt von der Mutter Trost zu bekommen, die eigene Mutter stabilisieren zu müssen. Und das führt dann dazu, dass das eigene Ich sich nicht richtig entwickeln kann. Das hochsensible Kind ist dann immer damit beschäftigt, ja, die Eltern zu unterstützen, entweder praktisch oder emotional, oder Geschwister zu beschützen, ja, vor einem cholerischen Elternteil. Und dann geht der ganze Wahrnehmungsfokus, der gerade so im 6., 7. Lebensjahr zu diesem Ich sich ausreift, geht dann eben nicht auf die eigene Identität, sondern dehnt sich eben nach außen aus. Also man ist die ganze Zeit damit beschäftigt, ja, die anderen eben zu stabilisieren oder sich auch klein zu halten, sich zurückzuhalten, eben um zum Beispiel Streit und Ärger aus dem Weg zu gehen. Es gibt auch Situationen, da kann man einfach rückblickend sehen, ja, die Eltern waren einfach nur mal extrem überlastet und das ist ja in einem historischen Kontext immer zu begreifen, ja, in den sozialen Systemen, in der Zeit, in denen sie gelebt haben, die Entbehrungen, die sie und vielleicht auch ihre Eltern und Großeltern durchgemacht haben. Und da ist ja einiges passiert. Und da gibt es eben zum Beispiel auch das Buch von der Sabine Bode, ja, über die Kriegsenkel und die Kriegskinder, die das auch sehr schön aufgeschlüsselt hat, wie eben dieses Kriegsgeschehen ja, auf die nachfolgenden Generationen auch negativ sich weiterwirkt. Oftmals hören wir dann, es geht uns ja so gut hier in Deutschland und Österreich und in der Schweiz und wir haben doch alles, was wir brauchen und wir haben doch keine Mängel und wir sollen doch mal einfach dankbar sein. Und dabei übersieht man eben die unsichtbaren Kriegsnarben, diese transgenerationale Traumatisierung. Und da sehe ich eben auch eine große Aufgabe zum Beispiel der hochsensiblen Menschen darin, zum Beispiel diese emotionalen Verpanzerungen, die in den Familien stattgefunden haben, aufzuweichen durch die Tränen, durch die Berührbarkeit, durch diese feine Sensibilität und aber auch durch die Bereitschaft, mal so richtig in die Tiefe zu graben, ja, diese tiefen Familiengeheimnisse aufzudecken, diese verborgenen Schattenaspekte, die nicht gesehen werden sollten, nicht gehört werden sollten, die schön in eine Kiste eingesperrt wurden, damit da bloß nie jemand dran geht. Und gerade diese sensiblen Menschen, die so einen extremen Tiefgang haben, die auch so eine spirituelle Neugierde haben, die sich nicht mit oberflächlichen, sag ich mal, Antworten zufrieden geben, die sind diejenigen, die das alles aufweichen. Aber auf der anderen Seite besteht auch die Gefahr, dass sich gerade diese hochsensiblen Menschen in dieser Familiengeschichte verlieren. Da sind wir wieder bei der mangelnden Abgrenzungsfähigkeit. Also dann kommt zum Beispiel dieser Schattenaspekt der Retterpersönlichkeit, ja, Helfersyndrom hat man früher gesagt. Und das ist eben auch ein Thema, wo wir uns eben verlieren können oder wo wir uns mit dieser helfenden Rolle so stark identifizieren, dass wir uns selber vernachlässigen. Oder dass wir eine Persönlichkeit entwickelt haben, die in der alten Familienstruktur sehr gut funktioniert hat. Oftmals dann auch als der Kummerkasten, ne? Das erkennst du dann daran, dass du dann der Kummerkasten in der Firma bist oder in der Familie. Oder dass du die Einzige bist in der Familie, die in einer schwierigen Situation die Verantwortung übernimmt, während alle anderen sich schön verdünnisieren und nichts mit irgendwelchen Problemen zu tun haben wollen. Und das macht dich vielleicht zum Märtyrer, das macht dich vielleicht zu jemandem, auf dem Ballast abgeworfen wird oder wo man dann sagt, die spinnt ja ein bisschen, ne? Oder die hat immer so komische Wahrnehmungen, ja, bei uns ist ja alles in Ordnung, ne? Dann wird halt wieder relativiert, dann wird das alles schön klein geredet, damit eben diejenigen, die mehr spüren, mehr wahrnehmen, die hinter die Kulissen schauen, wieder auch lächerlich gemacht werden. Und wie gesagt, da entsteht dann oft bei vielen Hochsensiblen so die Notwendigkeit, so eine funktionierende Persona zu entwickeln. Also eine Persönlichkeit, die an diese widrigen Umstände angepasst ist, die aber darauf verzichtet, eigene Bedürfnisse anzumelden, die darauf verzichtet, eigene kreative Träume Wirklichkeit werden zu lassen. Oftmals auch in Verbindung mit dem Unterdrücken der eigenen Wut. Und da kommen wir jetzt nämlich nochmal zurück auf mein Seminarangebot vom 11. bis 13. April und auch nochmal im Mai 2025. Wir arbeiten da nochmal sehr stark auch nochmal mit diesem Thema der unterdrückten Wut. Und keine Sorge, wir machen keine Urschreittherapie. Wir nähern uns dem Thema natürlich sanft. Jetzt muss ich mal einen Schluck trinken.
Urschreitherapie.
Denn ich achte natürlich auch auf eine traumasensible Gruppenleitung. Denn wir dürfen auch nicht unterschätzen, wie viele hochsensible Menschen auch insgeheim ihre Traumata mit sich tragen. Das heißt, wir machen keine expressive Urschreitherapie. Wir schauen uns aber etwas an, wie das aussehen könnte, und ich zeige dir vor allen Dingen die Hintergründe. Denn was macht diese unterdrückte Wut? Sie führt zu Stagnation im Körper. Das kann sich also in Leberproblemen zeigen, in Magenproblemen, in dieser zugeschnürten Kehle. Das kann dazu führen, dass du nie die richtige Wahrheit sagen kannst oder dass du eben das Gefühl hast, du musst alles runterschlucken, du musst den Konflikten aus dem Weg gehen. Es führt dazu, dass du Revierüberschreitungen, Grenzüberschreitungen zwar registrierst, aber vielleicht nicht darauf reagieren kannst, dich nicht wehren kannst, oder im anderen Extrem völlig viel zu übertrieben überreagierst. Das heißt, dann ist dein Nervensystem total im Alarm und du reagierst dann wortwörtlich auf Kleinigkeiten irgendwo zu viel, weil du aber gar nicht anders kannst. Ja, weil du denkst, wenn du jetzt nicht Riesenradau, Riesenalarm machst, mega Aufstand machst, dann werden die anderen wieder über deine Grenzen latschen und dann wirst du schon also bei Kleinigkeiten sehr, sehr stark dagegen angehen, und das erzeugt wiederum auch soziale Irritationen bei den anderen, weil die irgendwie merken, das ist völlig überproportional. Das heißt, es ist wichtig, dass wir so eine Regulation da reinbekommen in den Solarplexus, dass du zum einen die unterdrückte, dissoziierte Wut integrierst, dass du den positiven Aspekt darin findest, dass du dich mit deinem Instinkt wieder verbindest. Da sind wir auch dann so bei Themen wie der Wolfsfrau. Und ich persönlich arbeite dann mit der Löwenmeditation. Ich habe speziell für die Ausbildung eine geführte Trance-Reise geschrieben, die mit Hilfe von dem Bild des Löwens, der ja auch als König der Tiere gilt und der auch so eine starke Aura hat, der Präsenz, der Kraft des Königlichen, dass wir uns über dieses Bild mit dem Löwen auch mit dieser Instinktkraft verbinden. Und das ist übrigens eine der Methoden, die ich in meiner Ausbildung sehr, sehr häufig anwende. Das sind diese geführten Trance-Reisen. Ich habe nämlich die Erfahrung gemacht, dass das Unterbewusstsein sehr, sehr gut auf diese innere Bilderwelt anspricht und dass diese Selbstheilungskräfte, die in jedem von uns schlummern, durch diese inneren Bildergeschichten sehr, sehr gut aktiviert werden können. Weil das ist etwas, was wir schlecht mit dem Kopf machen können. Ja, sich selber erlauben, eben wieder diesen Raum einzunehmen. Und da helfen wir uns eben mit diesen Bildern. Wenn dich das überhaupt auch interessiert, es ist ja nur der Auftakt zu einer 7-teiligen Veranstaltung. Wenn du dich weiterbilden möchtest im Bereich der ganzheitlichen Psychologie, wenn du lernen möchtest, diese sensitiven Qualitäten zu kultivieren, wenn du vielleicht auch eigene Gruppen leiten möchtest, wenn du dir nebenberuflich etwas aufbauen willst, ist diese Ausbildung für dich ein wunderbarer Einstieg. Du lernst dabei auch genau kennen, wie ich im Coaching arbeite, und was noch viel wichtiger ist, du lernst gleichgesinnte, hochsensible Menschen kennen, die mit dir gemeinsam diesen Weg gehen, die mit dir auch zu einer sehr engen Gruppe zusammenwachsen, wo es auch ein ganz persönliches Kennenlernen gibt, ein Wachstum, ein gemeinsames Wachstum, ein gemeinsamer Entwicklungsweg. Und wenn dich das interessiert, dann schreibe mir unbedingt an ausbildung@hsp-academy.de. Ich würde mich sehr, sehr freuen, dich auf diesem Weg zu begleiten. Und da gebe ich eben alles, was halt in dem Rahmen möglich ist, Wissen weiter, und auch vor allen Dingen das Erfahrungswissen, was ich schon seit über 12 Jahren auf diesem Gebiet der Hochsensibilität, aber auch der ganzheitlichen Psychologie angesammelt habe und mit vielen Menschen und Klienten im Einzelcoaching und im Gruppencoaching erarbeitet habe. Das heißt, du kannst bei mir auf wirklich eine recht lange Berufserfahrung schon zurückschauen oder darauf aufbauen, und eben im Zusammenhang mit den Büchern wirst du halt vieles, was ich dann auch in den Live-Seminaren erkläre, auch nochmal ganz praktisch verstehen. Und das ist wirklich ganz, ganz fantastisch, wirklich diese Erfahrung in der Gruppe machen zu können. Und das ist wirklich eine lebensverändernde Erfahrung, die dich auf jeden Fall ja, in eine ganz neue Lebensphase bringt, wo du mit mehr Selbstvertrauen und mehr Selbstsicherheit.
Have you ever tried meditating and thought, is this actually doing anything? Maybe you've heard that meditation helps with stress, focus, or emotional balance, but it just felt like sitting in silence waiting for something to happen. Well, here's the thing. Whether you feel it in the moment or not, meditation is changing your brain in ways that scientists can actually measure. And these changes aren't just temporary. With consistent practice, meditation can reshape key areas of your brain, helping you regulate emotions better, improve focus, and even rewire patterns of stress and anxiety. I'm Dr. Tracy Marks, a psychiatrist, and I make mental health education videos to help you strengthen your mind, fortify your brain, and build resilience. In this series, we've been exploring the mind-brain connection and how to develop lasting mental strength. In the last video, I talked about the neuroscience of breath work and how controlled breathing can instantly shift your emotional state by activating your parasympathetic nervous system. But what if you could take that even further, training your brain to become more resilient to stress long term? That's where meditation comes in. Today, I'm going to break down exactly how meditation changes your brain, how it affects your stress response, and which types of meditation work best for different mental health benefits. Your brain is constantly changing based on the things that you do over and over. Just like lifting weights strengthens your muscles, regularly practicing meditation strengthens certain brain pathways. One of the most well-documented effects of meditation is the impact on 3 key areas of the brain: the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex, and the default mode network. The amygdala is your brain's emotional alarm system. It helps detect threats, but it can also overreact, making you feel anxious or on edge even when there's no danger. Studies show that meditation reduces the size and activity of the amygdala over time. This means you become less reactive to stress, and instead of feeling hijacked by your emotions, you gain the ability to step back and respond more calmly. This is why long-term meditators tend to have lower baseline stress levels. It's not that they never experience stress, it's that their brains aren't stuck in a constant fight or flight response. The prefrontal cortex is the CEO of your brain, and it's responsible for logical thinking, impulse control, and emotional regulation. Meditation strengthens this area, helping you regulate emotions better and make more thoughtful decisions instead of reacting impulsively. This is why meditation is often used to treat conditions like anxiety and depression, because it gives you better control over runaway thoughts and emotions. Imagine being in an argument, and instead of instantly snapping back, you pause, take a breath, and choose a response that actually aligns with your values. That's your prefrontal cortex doing its job. The default mode network is the part of your brain that generates self-referential thoughts. What's that? These are thoughts that revolve around yourself, how you relate to the world, how others perceive you, and how your actions shape your environment. With self-referential thoughts, you might find yourself replaying conversations, analyzing past decisions, or worrying about how a situation will unfold. Your default mode network turns on when you're not intentionally thinking about something or letting your mind wander. So if you don't have anything to think about, the network will fill in the dead airspace for you. And when this network is overly active, you can get caught up in worrying and negative ruminations. Meditation has been shown to reduce activity in the default mode network, making it easier to stay present rather than get lost in thought. And this is why people who meditate regularly report feeling more engaged in the moment and less consumed with their internal dialogue. Those are the effects on your brain. Here's how meditation affects your body's stress response system. Number 1, meditation lowers cortisol levels. Chronic stress keeps your cortisol levels elevated, which can lead to anxiety, brain fog, and even memory problems. Meditation reduces baseline cortisol, helping you stay more balanced under pressure. Number 2, meditation also improves heart rate variability. Heart rate variability is a marker of how well your nervous system adapts to stress. Higher heart rate variability means that you recover from stress faster. And meditation improves your heart rate variability by increasing vagal nerve activity, which is your body's natural calm down switch. Another benefit of meditation is it boosts attention and focus.
Where's this vagal
Meditation
nerve? We
increases
have to
dopamine and
investigate.
strengthens neural circuits related to focus. In fact, studies show that even brief daily meditation can improve attention span and working memory. So, this all sounds great, but what type of meditation is best? The reality is, meditation isn't a one size fits all. Different techniques affect the brain in different ways, so it depends on what you're looking for. Let's go over three main types and what they do. First, there's focused attention meditation, which is great for improving focus and cognitive function. This is where you concentrate on one thing, like your breath, counting your inhales and your exhales, or focusing on a mantra. It strengthens the prefrontal cortex, which helps with attention control and impulse regulation. When your mind wanders, and it will, you bring your attention back to the focus point. Next, we have open monitoring meditation, also known as mindfulness meditation. And this one is all about observing your thoughts and emotions without reacting to them. Instead of focusing on one thing, you allow your thoughts to come and go naturally, almost like watching clouds pass in the sky. This type of meditation is best for emotional regulation and reducing overthinking because it actually calms the amygdala, the brain's stress and fear center. And then there's transcendental meditation, which is designed for deep relaxation and stress reduction. It involves repeating a mantra, but unlike focused attention meditation, where you actively refocus when your mind drifts, transcendental meditation is passive. You repeat the mantra gently, allowing your thoughts to flow without controlling them. Now, one important thing to know about transcendental meditation is it's typically taught by a trained instructor, and the mantra that you use is personalized to you. You can practice other forms of meditation on your own, but traditional transcendental meditation usually requires learning through a structured program. So to recap when to use these, if you want to improve focus, go with focused attention meditation. If you need help managing emotions and stopping overthinking, try mindfulness meditation. And if you just want deep relaxation, transcendental meditation may be your best bet. Here's how to get started. If you're new to meditation, keep it simple. Just 1 to 2 minutes a day is enough to begin. You can always build up gradually over time. Use an anchor, like focusing on your breath or repeating a mantra or listening to a steady sound. And be patient. Your mind will wander, and that's completely normal. The practice is in noticing when it happens and gently bringing it back to your focus. If you struggle to focus, guided meditations can also help. Having someone walk you through it can make it easier for you to stay present. And remember, this is like working out a muscle. The more you practice, the stronger your brain circuits become. Before we wrap up, here are a few key takeaways. Meditation physically changes your brain. It shrinks the stress center, strengthens the thinking brain, and rewires negative thought loops. It lowers cortisol, improves focus, and enhances emotional control. All things
Oh
essential for
my god, I
resilience.
have to
And there's
meditate.
no one right way to do
Like a
it.
lot.
The most important thing is to start small and find a practice that works for you. Next up, we'll explore movement-based mindfulness. So if you find sitting meditation challenging, this would be a great alternative. If you found this helpful, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one. And I'd love to hear from you. If you've ever tried meditation, what's been your biggest challenge with it? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching today. See you next time.
Okay, hello, welcome again to another episode of Love is a Verb. I am Anona Maya. Today I'm feeling in a very bubbly mood and I am very excited to make this video because the topic I'm going to talk today has really been a topic that has allowed me to be my true self, a statement, if you will, that has allowed me to fully understand what I actually need in life to actually close the cycle of healing so we're not in this perpetual healing, being professional patience of what we went through and becoming obsessed with it. So the statement I have for us today is that healing is not our personality, it's a journey. It's not an identity, it's just something that you're going through and that you need to move forward, okay? And I have a lot of things that we can talk about that can back this up, just so we can understand how invasive this evil can be, just as another way of us running away from ourselves, instead of getting closer, instead of trying to find a love for ourselves that feels like we finally made it to the other side. And we are not perpetually healing, perpetually obsessed, trying to connect the dots and trying to see every little thing that happened in our childhood and holding grudges against people and just blaming others and victimizing ourselves because, like, oh, if my parents would have been this great person, this great couple, this great parents, I would have turned so amazing. I would have been a genius. I would have been Einstein. Okay, we need to calm down. We really need to calm down, because to me, it's like, that is not serving anybody, right? That is not serving anybody. It's not serving you. It's not serving me. It's not serving your progress. It's not serving your identity, your true identity. And it's a distraction. It's a distraction that we can easily fall to, that can be so exhausting. It can be so exhausting to think that the only way for us to heal is to make our whole healing our entire personality and become this persona that we see online, trying to mimic an influencer, becoming walking Pinterest quotes and just repeating this healing mental health lingo with everybody you talk, and you become this vocabulary of healing and mental health that people find annoying with a reason. You know, there's a few people that actually need to become that and make their healing journey almost the religion, but not all of us need that, and not the majority of us do not need that in order to heal. So I'm gonna explain why I think we get into this, and why I think we're so susceptible to actually become, it's not become the word, to actually make healing our whole identity, and why we should be really aware of it and try to come out of the other side, just so we can actually find things that make our life enjoying and build our resilience to be in the world and not just come.
What the fuck? I don't think I can listen to her rant, or the audio is very bad.
People can only meet you as much as they've met themselves. And I was cleaning up my room, I was organizing a few things, and then I just got like the sentence: stop trying to be understood by people who literally refuse to see you. Stop trying to force a connection with people who are not on the same wavelength as you. Now, if you've clicked here, lovely little soul, if you are here, you might be feeling very stuck. This could either be confirmation for you. You could have maybe been feeling these things for a while, and this is kind of your push. You might have been in a relationship or in a group of people where you're like, okay, this is confirmation. I've been feeling the need to cut them out, and now this is the final push. Or you could be trying to force a connection that is just not there. And now I challenge you to question, what would it mean for you? Sorry, my eyes fluttered because I just saw like an angel number when I was recording. But what would it mean for you to be accepted by these groups of people?
What's she talking about?
The human condition, the tricks that our egos put on us, we like to take these emotions that we've pushed down. So say, for example, you were taught at a very young age that you are not welcome, that you are a weirdo and you're not accepted. This is something that I've felt because I went to a Catholic school when I was very young, and I literally used to go to this school. I was so shameless. I used to say, the tree is God, the sky is God, we are God, everything is God, God is all around us. And I used to get in so much trouble. The nuns did not like that. And no hate to, if you're Catholic, all more power to you. But in this phase in my life, that's not really the God that I believe in. I do think that God is everything. I think that God is an energy and the universe is just an energy. And from a very young age, I was taught that my beliefs were not okay, that I needed to fit into this mold or else I would not be accepted and I wouldn't be appreciated. And you are probably feeling that exact same thing. You were probably taught at a very young age that you're different, and that's not okay. But I'm here to tell you, you being different is what makes you so magical. And the more you feel the pull to step into that weirdness, to step into all of the crazy things that you believe in, all of the crazy ways you want to express yourself, all of the jokes that you don't want to filter out, all of the compliments to strangers that you really want to give, fully embody that. And the more you lean into it, the more power you attract. Because everyone is so self-conscious, especially now that people feel like they need to adopt like an aesthetic they need to fit themselves in a box and perform in order to be accepted, in order to get attention. These people that you're trying so hard to impress, that you're trying so hard to force a connection for, they're just not your people. And you are going to get so much power when you step away. Part of you thinks that you don't deserve to be around people or to be with people that truly align with you. And so you feel like you need to chase and force a connection that isn't really there. And I'm here to tell you that you don't need to do that. If you feel the resistance, if it feels difficult, if it feels draining, if you walk away from these connections thinking, did that uplift me? How does that person really think about me? If you're having those thoughts, it is time to step away. Because there is something so much better for you out there. And I know this from firsthand experience. As soon as you let go of the thing that you're trying so hard to make work, as soon as you're like, okay, you know what, I'm stepping away, and even though I don't have anything over here yet, and I'm just stepping into the unknown, I'm letting this go. As soon as you do that, like that, something better comes. Because you are now open to the vibration of receiving. You are now telling the universe, hey, this thing over here that I don't really vibe with, I'm able to let that go and trust you. And as soon as you are operating on that frequency of trust and abundance, that is when things effortlessly flow to you. It is literally like magic. It's like clockwork. So stop trying to be understood by people who literally cannot see your light, because they probably have not done the same amount of work on themselves as you have. They haven't met themselves as much as you have met yourself. So how can they possibly understand you? It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. And it has everything to just do with you guys are on different timelines and different wavelengths, and that is fine. So you are allowed to step away and start to attract people who are truly on your same timeline.
Man, everybody is preaching separation, basically. Yeah. Hmm.
Hey, lass uns über Vergebung sprechen. Ein Wort,
Schweizer.
das so groß klingt, so lichtvoll, so heilig. Und gleichzeitig ist es so unglaublich schwer, wahrhaftig zu vergeben.
Schwer. Der Akzent ist schon
Was
heftig.
bedeutet es wirklich zu vergeben?
Oh Gott, ich liebe
Heißt
es.
es, alles zu vergessen und Schwamm drüber zu machen? Heißt es, dass ich keine
Das ist
Wut,
Schweizer.
keine Trauer, keinen Schmerz, keine Scham mehr haben darf? Heißt es, dass ich über alles, was mir passiert ist oder was mir angetan wurde oder wo ich falsch entschieden habe, drüberstehen muss, um frei zu sein? Ich glaube, Vergebung ist kein Akt der Größe, sondern ein Akt der Ehrlichkeit und der Authentizität. Es ist kein, na, ich bin jetzt halt weiter als du, weil ich habe vergeben und alles fein und alles gut und weißt du, ja, ich habe es schon schwer gehabt, aber jetzt ist alles gut. Sondern es ist vielmehr ein ganz leises, aber auch inneres und ganz überzeugtes. Ich will nicht mehr festhalten an dem, was gerade ist, oder ich möchte nicht mehr an dem festhalten, was war. Und das ist ein intensiver Prozess. Das ist nicht einfach so ganz schnell erledigt und das braucht viel Zeit und Raum und Selbstreflexion und auch die Möglichkeit und den Wunsch, in eine ehrliche Beziehung und Verbindung mit sich selbst zu kommen. Vergebung bedeutet für mich, dass ich erkennen kann, hey, etwas hat mich wirklich verletzt. Und auch wenn andere diese Verletzung vielleicht sogar negieren und kleinreden, oder vielleicht auch ja, falsch reden oder mich überzeugen wollen, dass ich nicht verletzt wurde, darf ich mir eingestehen, es hat mich verletzt. Etwas hat Spuren in mir hinterlassen, die ich heute noch spüre. Etwas lebt noch in meinem Körper, in meinem Herz, in meinem Gedanken, löst noch einen ganz bestimmten Zustand in mir aus. Es ist etwas, das mich noch triggert, was noch eine Ladung in sich trägt und was noch nicht integriert ist in mir. Es ist etwas, mit dem ich noch nicht im Frieden sein kann. Und Vergebung bedeutet auch, dass ich bereit bin, diesem etwas zu begegnen. Und zwar nicht, um es sofort wegzuhaben oder loszulassen, sondern um es zu verstehen, um es in einen Kontext zu bringen, um es wirklich zu fühlen. Und ich möchte auch ganz ehrlich über etwas sprechen, was mich wütend macht, was für mich wirklich auch noch eine Ladung in sich trägt und wo ich noch keine Vergebung gefunden habe damit, ich aber dran bin und vielleicht auch dieser Podcast ein Teil davon ist, das ja, zu integrieren. sind all diese Vergebungsrituale, die überall auftauchen, die suggerieren, als könnte man den Schmerz einfach so transformieren, indem man sich ein paar schöne Sätze sagt oder ein paar Kerzen anzündet oder ein bisschen schreibt, ein bisschen atmet, die richtige Tarotkarte zieht und zack, ist alles vergeben. Ich finde das, entschuldige, Bullshit, und es untergräbt auch diese Tragweite und die Tiefe, die in diesem Vergebungsprozess drin steckt. Und es ist wirklich teilweise auch sehr, sehr, sehr erniedrigend für die Menschen, die auf der Suche sind nach Vergebung und diese Tools ausprobieren und die Vergebung in sich nicht finden, weil man immer irgendwie das Gefühl hat, alle anderen schaffen es, nur ich nicht, und da stimmt wieder etwas mit mir nicht. Und ich finde, wir verunmöglichen uns mit solchen schnellen Lösungen, mit solchen Quick Fixes immer auch den eigentlichen Prozess. Und verstehe mich nicht falsch, ich kann das nachvollziehen, dass man keine Lust hat, in den Prozess einzutauchen oder dass man Angst hat vor dem Prozess, dass man Angst hat, dass kein Stein mehr auf dem anderen liegen wird und dass man Angst hat, dass das Leben sich zu stark ändert oder dass man die Kontrolle verliert oder keine Ahnung hat, wie das Leben nachher aussehen wird. Ich verstehe das sehr gut. Ich kann jeden Menschen verstehen, der sich 2, 3, 4, 5 Mal überlegt, ob er wirklich in diese Persönlichkeitsentwicklung eintauchen will, weil es eine tiefe Entscheidung ist und eine Entscheidung ist, die viele Prozesse mit sich trägt, und man muss diese Prozesse wirklich auch durchgehen können und wollen. Aber es gibt Räume, die Prozesse erleichtern, und es gibt Menschen, die da sein können und uns unterstützen können in diesen Prozessen und sagen können, hey, ich bin hier, komm, lass uns das gemeinsam gehen. Oder ich bin diesen Weg auch schon gegangen. Wenn du willst, kann ich dir Hilfestellung geben. Das ist so, so wichtig. Also diese Quick Fixes, diese paar Journaling-Fragen oder Sätze, die wir rezitieren sollen, die halten uns vom eigentlichen Prozess ab. Sie reden uns ein, nur dann, wenn du es richtig machst, dann tut es nicht mehr so weh. Und schau mal mich an, ich bin jetzt deine Lehrerin, deine Mentorin, dein Guru, und ich habe alles richtig gemacht. Bei mir tut es nicht mehr weh. Ich habe alles vergeben und ich lebe auf der anderen Seite der Brücke im Happy Flappy Wunderland. Aber es stimmt nicht. Echte Vergebung tut weh. Und echte Vergebung ist das Konfrontieren mit dem Schmerz, weil sie dich zurückführt an den Punkt, wo du verletzt wurdest. Sie zwingt dich dazu, hinzusehen, ganz genau anzuschauen, was passiert ist mit diesem Schmerz und welche Konsequenzen dieser Schmerz für dich hatte. Sie bedeutet zu fühlen, zu atmen, nicht wegzufühlen oder krampfhaft durchzufühlen oder wegzuatmen, sondern mitten hindurch zu gehen. Und ich habe in Ausbildungen so etwas gelernt wie ein Vergebungsdogma. Und da war so diese Überzeugung, oder es hat sich so angefühlt für mich auf jeden Fall, dass Vergebung eine spirituelle Pflicht ist. Also dass alle spirituellen Menschen einfach vergeben können. Oder Vergebung ist ein Beweis für Reife. Vergebung ist ein Beweis für ein hohes Bewusstsein. Vergebung ist aber so irgendwie immer dargestellt worden als Abkürzung zur Liebe, zur Erleuchtung. Und so viele Menschen habe ich dann gesehen, die gesagt haben, ich habe dir vergeben oder ich habe der Sache vergeben oder ich habe den Menschen vergeben, ich spüre nichts mehr, ich bin in der Liebe und gleichzeitig habe ich aber etwas völlig anderes gefühlt oder wahrgenommen aus dem Gegenüber heraus. Und diese unglaubliche Diskrepanz zwischen dem, was man sagt und was da wirklich noch ist, die hat mich unglaublich beschäftigt. Denn wenn man genauer hingespürt hat, dann war da nicht Vergebung, nicht ein Integrieren von dem, was war, sondern es war eigentlich eine Leugnung von dem, was war. Es war eigentlich nichts anderes als ein Verdrängen. Und Menschen sind super gut darin, die Dinge abzuspalten, zu dissoziieren. Und ich verurteile das auch überhaupt nicht, weil Dissoziation ist ein Überlebensmechanismus, ist ein Schutzmechanismus, den wir brauchen auch, wenn uns was passiert, was sehr mit einer hohen Wucht, mit viel Stress verbunden ist. Aber wenn wir so spirituelle Konzepte nutzen, um uns abzuspalten, dann betreiben wir spirituelles Bypassing und das ist einfach nicht der Sinn der Sache. Spiritualität ist nicht nur weiß und in der Liebe sein und rosarot und alles wird gut, sondern es gehört auch diese Konfrontation mit dem Schmerz dazu. Und es gehört auch dazu, mal sagen zu können, fuck you, und ich habe keinen Bock mehr. Und es ist nicht fair, dass mir das alles passiert ist. Und ich hätte mein Leben anders leben wollen. Und ich habe einfach beschissene Voraussetzungen gehabt. Oder ich bin einfach auch sauwütend auf mich, dass ich mich nicht anders entschieden habe oder dass ich mich so lange selbst unterdrückt habe in meinen Bedürfnissen und in meinen Werten. Und was ich einfach gemerkt habe in diesen spirituellen Konflikten, Konzepten, in diesen spirituellen Konzepten, dass sie als ein Werkzeug genutzt wurden, um sich kurz mal besser zu fühlen und um diese Wucht, diesen Schmerz einfach mal für einen Moment wegzudrücken. Aber er kommt wieder zurück mit einem Pendel, weil die Wut war nicht geheilt, sie war einfach unterdrückt. Der Schmerz war nicht durchfühlt oder ins Bewusstsein geholt worden. Er wurde einfach weggesperrt. Und diese vermeintliche Liebe, von der alle immer erzählt haben, es war keine Liebe, sondern ein spiritueller Panzer, um nicht mehr fühlen zu müssen. Und wenn ich heute über Vergebung spreche, dann nicht als ein Ziel, das wir erreichen müssen, sondern als einen Weg, den ich gehe. Immer wieder. Und es ist vielleicht auch ein Weg mit Rückschritten. Es ist vielleicht auch ein Weg mit zittrigen Knien. Es ist vielleicht auch die Frage, ob mein Herz überhaupt mal wieder offen sein kann und ich diese Verbindung spüren kann und in Verbindung auch sein kann mit mir selbst. Vergebung beginnt nicht mit ich vergebe dir, sondern sie beginnt mit dem Eingestehen und dem Bewusstwerden von ich bin verletzt. Ja, ich bin wütend. Ja, ich habe Angst. Ja, ich hätte XYZ gebraucht und du warst nicht da. Ich habe gehofft und du hast mich enttäuscht. Ich habe vertraut und du hast mein Vertrauen gebrochen. Und wenn ich das alles nicht anerkenne und liebevoll anerkenne, nicht in einem Kampfmodus, sondern in einem Zustand, in dem ich das betrachten kann, in einem Zustand, in dem ich ein sicheres Fundament habe, dass das hier sein darf, dass das gefühlt werden darf, dass das auch betrachtet werden darf, dann kann ich anfangen, das zu fühlen. Und dann kann ich anfangen, langsam zu vergeben. Und dann muss ich nicht mehr funktionieren oder so tun, als wäre ich drüber hinweg und mich dabei immer wieder von mir selbst entfremden oder irgendein Konzept von mir aufstellen, das eben nicht mehr getriggert wird von dem. Und für mich bedeutet Vergebung heute, ich liebe nicht dich durch die Vergebung. Ich muss nicht dich lieben, um zu vergeben, sondern mich. Es geht hier rein nur um mich. Vergebung ist ein innerer Prozess. Und es geht auch nicht darum zu wissen, wo komme ich denn da raus nach dieser Vergebung. Wir wissen vielleicht gar nicht, was passiert, wenn wir wirklich wahrhaftig vergeben haben. Und das macht dann auch wieder ein bisschen Angst, weil wir die Kontrolle über diesen Prozess verlieren. Weswegen ich das absolut verstehe, dass man lieber so ein Pseudo-Konzept von Vergeben braucht, weil man das noch kontrollieren kann. Vergebung bedeutet auch, ich entscheide mich, mich
Yo,
selbst
Scatman.
nicht mehr an diesen Schmerz zu binden. Aber dafür muss ich den Schmerz verstehen können. Und dafür muss ich den Schmerz auch zulassen können. Weil erst wenn wir den Schmerz zulassen, dann kann er integriert werden. Erst wenn er nicht mehr in dieser Übererregung stattfindet und so viel mit uns macht, ist er ein Teil von uns. Und ich entscheide mich für mein Wohlbefinden, für mein wertschätzendes Begegnen mir selbst gegenüber. Ich entscheide mich, frei zu sein, aber eben nicht, weil alles gut ist, sondern weil ich nicht mehr weiterkämpfen muss, weil dieser innere Krieg in mir Frieden gefunden hat. Also Vergebung heißt nicht, ich habe keine Gefühle mehr. Vergebung heißt vielmehr, ich fühle alles. Alles kann hier sein. Jedes Gefühl, jeder noch so weirde Gedanke oder weirde Fantasie kann hier sein und ich lasse mich trotzdem nicht mehr davon kontrollieren. Es hat keine Ladung nicht mehr, was ich fühle und was ich denke. Und was ich sagen möchte ist, wir müssen nicht vergeben, um ein guter Mensch zu sein. Du musst niemandem etwas beweisen. Aber wenn du spürst, dass du bereit bist, nicht mehr gegen diesen Schmerz anzukämpfen, dann finde ich es unglaublich wichtig, diesen Schmerz auch ernst zu nehmen und diesem Schmerz ganz fein zu begegnen, zu fühlen, zu schreiben, vielleicht auch zu schreien, wenn es sein muss.
Vorhin sagt sie aber,
Und
dass man es nicht einfach wegschreiben kann. Lol. Oh shit, April. Oh wow. So many.
dann sich leise zu fragen, welches Stückchen kann ich langsam loslassen? Nur heute, nicht um zu vergessen, sondern um dich nicht zu vergessen, um dich mit einzuweben in diesen Prozess und in diesem Spiel. Und vielleicht hörst du diese Folge, hörst du meine Worte und sie bewegen etwas in dir und du spürst, dass du irgendwo festhängst zwischen Wut und Verletzung, zwischen Schmerz oder Sehnsucht, dann finde ich das unglaublich wichtig, dass du das ernst nimmst, dass du dich ernst nimmst, dass du diese Impulse ernst nimmst und mit denen gehen kannst und vielleicht auch für einen Moment mit dieser Idee vom Vergeben oder mit diesem Thema der Vergebung mal schwanger gehst und damit
Schwanger.
kreativ sein wirst und mal schaust, ja, was bedeutet das für mich? Vergebung ist kein Ziel. Es ist ein leiser, ehrlicher Weg zurück zu dir, an diese feine, feine, wahrhaftige Essenz in dir. Und Vergebung ist nicht immer leicht. Sie ist auch nicht immer schön, aber sie ist immer sehr ehrlich, wenn wir sie nicht mit irgendwelchen Konzepten und komischen Werkzeugen missbrauchen, um uns abzuspalten von dem, was ist. Und ich finde Vergebung ein sehr, sehr spannendes und intensives Thema. Ich finde, es ist ein Thema, das viel bewegt und viel bewegen darf. Und es ist ein Thema, was uns einfach dazu einlädt, ehrlich, fein und ganz authentisch
diese
mit
Woche
uns zu
habe ich
sein
eigentlich den
und
Vorsatz,
uns diesem Prozess hinzugeben, ohne uns über irgendjemanden oder eine Situation stellen zu müssen, weil dann wird sie wieder dogmatisch, diese Idee von Vergeben, wenn ich dadurch Macht erhalte. Ich hoffe, ich konnte dir einige wertvolle Impulse mitgeben heute. Falls ja, lass gerne ein Like hier oder abonniere meinen Kanal. Das würde mich super freuen. Oder teile auch dieses Video, diesen Podcast. Bin immer sehr, sehr dankbar für jeden Menschen, der unterstützt, dass
Okay, good night. See you tomorrow. Gigi, thank you. Bye.